Would I be insane to claim that well-known yet unknown Korean girl group Loona has the most bizarre history, formation, and legacy in the entire history of pop music? And that's not even taking into account how their rise to prominence compares to other pop groups who came before them or even after them. Compared to the stories of pop groups formed all around the world over decades, the story of Loona makes these groups' backstory look digestible, tame, and easy, even if they had their own hardships and struggles. Nothing could ever compare to the complex evolution, bumpy career, and lifestyle of the 12 girls of Loona. Loona was built upon the belief that manufactured pop music could be so much more experimental and bold than it actually was. And because of this, Loona ended up impacting not only the upcoming trends of their home country's industry, but a whole sub-community of people. Loona was one of the first artists to give us a cultural signifier of what it meant to be a stan. And without them and their fan base, who's to say that the internet today would look a lot different? But while Loona gained success and popularity through their talent, hard work, and their stellar discography, there was the most evil and corrupt entertainment company lurking in the shadows, intent on destroying it all. Founded on secrecy, lies, exploitation, and more, the story of Loona goes beyond your typical pop group with hits and becomes a horror story. A nightmare that we all wished would end, despite our love for what we saw and heard on the surface. At its core, Loona was formed of 12 girls whose dream was to perform. These girls did anything they could to maintain their dream, and in the end they had to make the final choice to put their livelihood over the dream that they fought so hard for. This is why whenever a fan thinks of Loona, all that comes to mind is bittersweet memories. Loona's story really did change my outlook on life. Before Loona, I never thought that holding corporations accountable for their actions could ever be achieved. I felt defeated, as I always thought, I might not shop at Shein, but so many people do, so even if I boycott the company, then no change is going to come from that. So I recorded this part of the video a long time ago. But while we're on this topic, and we are now in the new year, don't forget about the boycott list. Let's not get lazy now. That's what I'm saying. Also, there is Care for Gaza if you guys want to donate. I'll show that on the screen where you can go. But you understand that this wasn't relevant at the point I recorded it, but now there is. I'm using this time to share the boycott list further because it is necessary. Let's keep going. But Loona really showed me that with the power of community and organisation, what we think is impossible and so out of reach can actually lead to some amount of positive change in the world. I just want to clarify that I'm talking about the second boycott here, not the first one, just to avoid confusion. Similar to most fans of Loona, they crave for a tell-all documentary about the group, or even just any documentary about the group, even though we all know that this will never come to fruition, probably due to legal reasons. So for a project like Loona that was so extensive in scope, I wanted to make my own project. A project that would involve me retelling the entire story of Loona. However, as many fans know, Loona's story is very long and very unique. This video could have been longer than Quentin Review's Victorious series, and I feel like when I'm editing I'm going to realise it is roughly about that length. And on top of this, I wanted to make this video as detailed as I could with all the stories, facts, events, moments, like what I witnessed as a fan, what you witnessed as a fan, or even what you witnessed as an outsider, because I know that Loona has pretty much accidentally crossed a lot of places online. A lot of people know bits and pieces about Loona, but they don't know like what's behind the chaos, right? And because of my dedication to perfectionism and detail, I just couldn't complete this video in one go. Like, I really couldn't do it. There's just too much. So I decided to split this into 2 different parts. I mean, I don't even know if there will be 2. There could be like 3. It might not be the documentary that we all dreamed of, but it is a very strong retrospective that I spent a lot of time on. So please be nice in the comments and like this video, thank you. So in this video we're going to be discussing who is Loona, their formation, background, personality famous moments. We will also cover the group's reception from positive to negative, the music, their hardships, the stories behind the dramatic headlines, and the people who were behind it all, including the group's enforced mysterious image that their label did everything in their power to uphold. We weren't even supposed to know who Loona were until everything eventually changed, and we're going to talk about that change at the very end of the video. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. First of all, we need to start at the very beginning of our story and establish some groundwork. To set the scene, we have to go back to the early 2000s, yes, that far back. Let's talk about the YYXY group. The YYXY group's main business is within the military industry, so they sell weapons and other military technology. But just like most wealthy companies in South Korea, they pursue other ventures because they have the capital, you know, why not? So in 2006, YYXY group forms YYXY Polaris, who would in years to come drop the YYXY from their name, making them Polaris Entertainment. At this point in time, the company mostly houses actors and actresses, alongside some popular solo artists in South Korea. Soon enough, with a successful roster of talent, Polaris tried their hand at creating their own K-pop group in 2013. A girl group by the name of Ladies Code. Ladies Code was one of the most talented and promising early third generation girl groups, with show-stopping vocals and great music. But sadly one day there was a tragic car accident that ended up severely injuring members Sojung and taking the lives of members Eunbi and Rise. As a former fan of Ladies Code, this incident was just heartbreaking, devastating, like, I don't know how old I was, but I was in tears. It was awful. And I know some people would be like, why are you bringing up Ladies Code? Why are you bringing up the accident? And it's like, I think that I need to give context of what happened to Ladies Code, mostly because Ladies Code is Loona's senior group, sister group, and what happened with Ladies Code kind of trailed into Loona, and I don't want to make that seem like Ladies Code is like orbiting Loona, like in that way. Like, no, as Ladies Code fans will know, the lovelies will know, they had similar issues and mistreatments, so I think that I will be mentioning Ladies Code continuously throughout this video in passing because it is also relevant. For K-pop stans today who either didn't stan Ladies Code or just weren't around when Eunbi and Rise passed, stop treating the situation as nothing more than disrespectful, triggering edit fodder. I think Ladies Code would much prefer it if you celebrated their work and their legacy. They've got an excellent discography. Stop trying to like get attention off of them. It's like the same when you see people who do edits of Sully, like, you guys just have no respect for anyone. Like, that's just... A little while after the car accident, Polaris and their artists were subjected to more news coverage as the conduct of the company was put into question by the media. In charge of operations was Lee Gyu-tae, the then CEO of Polaris, who comes from the chaebol wealthy family who runs the YYXY group. It all started unraveling due to one of their actresses, Clara. Some quick facts about Clara. Her father is a famous singer named Lee Seung-kyu. She was somewhat of a sex symbol in South Korea throughout the early 2010s, and she faced online harassment from K-nets for lying about enjoying chicken and beer, and any woman who's dragged by the K-nets is kind of mother in my opinion, let's be honest. She also opened up her own company with her dad, and Polaris were not happy. They were fuming. In 2015, Clara filed a lawsuit requesting the termination of her contract with Polaris due to her claim that she was being sexually harassed by their CEO, Lee Gyu-tae. And in response, Polaris countersued Clara for blackmail and defamation. Clara then releases some audio files that included threats from Lee Gyu-tae. Let me read you some of the transcript of what he told her. "I'm a person that learned the techniques and was in the Central Intelligence Agency. If I get mad then, what could you possibly get from it? I will spend money to ruin you. Do you know my power? If anyone tries to fight me, do you think I'd lose? What do you have to gain by angering me? Do you know what I'm capable of? I blocked blank and blank from broadcasts, you know, right? After that, they lost everything. You have no idea what I can do if I put my mind to it. You really don't know who I am. If you do anything via SNS, even if it's through your other phones, I can find out." In July of 2015, Clara was cleared of allegations of blackmail and Lee Tae was indicted for threats against Clara that implied physical violence. Clara ended up dropping her suit against Polaris, seemingly because the legal battle was causing so much trouble, both sides wanted it to be over. But Polaris were far from being in the clear, as Lee Tae had now been arrested by the Corruption Investigation Department for unlawfully raising the prices on training weaponry being exported from Turkey for the Korean Air Force. He was then investigated for lobbying to inflate prices, so basically he was overcharging the Korean government for the Ilkwang Group's weaponry. He was found guilty of embezzlement and bribery and was sentenced to 3 years and 4 months in prison.
What the hell we gonna do now?
So, as you can guess, both internally and externally, Polaris has kind of been destroyed. The shit show that was the dispute with Clara, the CEO getting arrested, and then you have the aftermath of Ladies Code, their only group. It was even speculated that at some point in 2015, Polaris had to briefly shut down after the 1-2 punch that was Clara and the arrest of Lee Tae. However, a newly appointed CEO was about to sweep up this mess and turn Polaris around, because he had a secret ingredient to his success. Nepotism. Lee Jong-myung, part of the Ilkwang Chaebol family and son of Lee Tae, would be running things from now on. The first move he made was the continuation of Ladies Code. Ladies Code had been on hiatus for a good 2 years due to the car accident, mostly because if they came back too quickly they could have been branded insensitive for releasing music right after such a tragedy. I hate how much female Korean celebrities are like being talked at how to grieve in the public eye. They'll grieve in their private life, they can grieve how they want to grieve. Ladies Code would return as a trio with a brand new concept, styling and a different sound. This was all possible due to the creative direction of Jaden Jong, who is a music producer, creative director and was A&R for multiple different K-pop groups. Jaden Jong has travelled all across the K-pop industry, working on multiple iconic and hit K-pop albums over the years. And he likes to document his thoughts about each production he has worked on through his infamous blog on Naver. Here is a little display on some of the girl group releases he had been a part of at this point. And so we reach 2016, when Jaden Jong was brought into Polaris to help create an impressive revival for Ladies Code. And impressive it was. Ladies Code released their first single, Mystery, with promoted title track Galaxy. White borders and all, it's clear Jaden had refined his style and music direction in the mid-2010s, and the results were experimental, different and of high quality. It was soon announced that Ladies Code would be releasing 3 different albums, which would be known as the Healing Trilogy. It was given this name as it was intended to be a healing process for the group and its fans after the loss of Eunbi and Rise. After Galaxy, Ladies Code would return with the second single as part of the Healing Trilogy, Stranger, that included title track The Rain. I highly recommend that one. Ladies Code's attempt at reforming, forged in the hands of Jaden Jong, gave them critical acclaim and helped them stand apart from their third generation contemporaries in the eyes of many fans. But unfortunately, the public neglected them and looked the other way, despite how incredible their comebacks were musically and visually. In 2017, it was reported that Ladies Code were in preparation to release the third single of the Healing Trilogy, but the day it was actually going to be released never came. The reason for the last album in the series being scrapped was due to Jaden Jong leaving Polaris and the staff from Polaris being restructured. It seemed as though in 2016, a year prior, Polaris had set their sights on another subsidiary and another project. The reason behind Ladies Code's subsequent hiatus after the abandoning of the Healing Trilogy is mostly due to Lee Jong-myung aligning himself with Jaden Jong's new yet long-standing vision of his dream interpretation of a girl group. Just to mention as well, Lee Jong-myung left to become a CEO of the umbrella company that holds Polaris and Blockberry, named Levite, which I've also seen written as Rebite. No need to get confused about that, they're the same thing. I think it's just like written through different pronunciations. Like I think in Korean you would say Levite and then in English you would say Rebite, and that was all part of the restructurings that played a role with how Loona was going to be formed and what happened to Ladies Code's last single. For years, Jaden had planned this elaborate concept for a girl group. The group would be sectioned into smaller groups and would have members debut solo beforehand instead of debuting with the entire group. It was an ambitious idea, and only a company who really needed to change their image around and make a new name for themselves in the music industry was willing to invest in such a project. And who else was in dire need of turning a new leaf more than Polaris? As we've covered looking back on Jaden's work, he once worked at Loona Entertainment, and for many years people said that Jaden originally approached Loona with his idea for making this new girl group, you know, some new underground girl group, but Loona was like, no. Another rumour was that Jaden Jeong intended on making this new girl group an underground group, which basically means he intended on keeping them an underground artist, and he didn't want to promote them in a way that you would traditionally promote a pop group. And we're going to get into this a lot later. For such an important, costly project that was going to further Polaris, after all the bad media attention from arrests to tax evasion, it was in the company's best interest to create another subsidiary to debut this new group instead of using the Polaris name. Blockberry Creative. Now, you have to hand it to Lee Jong-myung for kind of coming up with the worst company name ever. From Blockberry sounding exactly like BlackBerry to the acronym of Blockberry Creative being BBC. Like, the BBC? Are you even a real fan if you've never embarrassed yourself by saying Blockberry instead of BlackBerry in a random conversation? Blockberry Creative was formed in early 2016 and had already released the first two parts of Ladies Code's Healing Trilogy. Although it was heavily associated with Polaris, this was the first introduction of Blockberry Creative to the public. Lee Jong-myung then appointed his wife Kim Sun-hye, also known as Esther, to become the CEO of Blockberry. And then later his father would return to Polaris and become COO, and I don't really know when that happened, but it seems that he did return at some point. In October of 2016, many months after Blockberry's opening, Blockberry's new girl group, Loona, who was still in production, was announced, unknowingly to those who know of Loona's name today. The girl group's name had multiple meanings and was obviously carefully planned out by Jaden. Loona, of course, meaning the moon. Then we have Loona's Korean name, Lee Daru-sonyo, which means girl of the month. I remember when I told my best friend in college what Loona meant, and they said, so they're on their period? And it changed how I viewed Loona forever, and I hope it changes how you view Loona forever as well. The first Korean characters of Lee Daru-sonyo comes together to form this spelling, which is basically Loona in the Latin alphabet. Loona was once spelled with 2 Greek letters, and this wasn't only for stylistic purposes because the 2 Greek letters representing the N and A in Loona's name actually meant P and D. This meant that if you read Loona in Greek, it meant looped, which will become relevant later. Loona often goes by Loona the World, likely because Loona was all about going all around the world, and their name itself represented this as it incorporated multiple languages. Loona the World has changed the way I talk about everything to do with Loona. I say as I read this from Loona the Research, Loona the Script, Loona the Bullet Points. That and how everyone's username on whatever platform will literally be like their name, The World. In the beginning, it was also common to call Loona the Loona Project because it was a pre-debut release strategy and system that was in development before Loona came together as a group. With so many meanings, just remember that Loona at its core stands for Girl of the Month and the Moon. Like every other K-pop company, Blockberry had to do some media play in order to grab attention. So if you think about how in the West we have RCA, EMI, Capitol, all these people, yeah, like the big record labels, okay, Korea has that too, and Loona weren't part of one of them. And considering their status as a smaller non-big three company, these kinds of companies' flavour of media play is to start bragging about how expensive their group is and how much money they had to invest. Smaller K-pop labels usually have to do this because there is a bit of a stigma that non-big four companies have lower quality, and so people will avoid standing a group from these smaller entertainment companies because they falsely perceive them as like cheap. For example, Reigning Queen's 50/50 of the organic K-pop hit Cupid had their CEO tell the media that he sold his car to cover production costs. Another small company that has the group Mimi Rose also had their CEO tell the media that he sold off the copyright of 160 of his songs, along with some of the land he owned, to fund Mimi Rose's debut. This attempt at PR might not influence the public to view 50/50 or Mimi Rose as on par in luxury to the big four companies, but it does give them this started from the bottom edge, while also ensuring the public that these groups cost money and that they were both somewhat expensive. And to most K-pop audiences, expensive equals quality. But what's so insidious about this kind of PR that nobody really talks about is how it paints corporations and CEOs as automatically well-intentioned and generous. And these positive spins on investments are always the first thing the public hears about a new company on the block. It's all very strategic. So when groups start speaking out about their mistreatment, lack of payment and declining health, the public will subconsciously be like, okay, but your CEO sold his land for you. They invested so much money. How dare you complain? You will not believe the amount of Korean netizen comments 50/50 got in this vein, with some even saying, your CEO bought you designer clothes. Why are you making such a fuss about abuse? Just awful. But let's talk a bit about Loona's media play. Blockberry had reportedly invested $9 million into Loona, and this made headlines. You would think that Lee Jong-myung was getting all this money from the Ilgwan group, which was good backing for Loona. But in actuality, Blockberry had secured the funds for the group from Japanese, Korean and even American investors. Of course, there were girl group fans at the time who saw all these reports about how luxurious Loona were going to be based on how much money was being put into the group, and so they started keeping an eye out for what the Loona project had in store. How this would work is that the members of Loona would be revealed one by one over the course of an entire year. Each member would get their own solo single and smaller groups would be formed within the group, so subunits, until we finally reached the point where all 12 members had been revealed, and they debut as a full 12-member group from then on. Because of this system, every member had their own number based on the order they debuted, and whenever fans wanted to talk about a certain member and they didn't want that member searching it up on Twitter, they would be like, member number 12, why would member number 12 say that on member number 4? It really was like Argos or something. It really was. Before we fully get into this, there's a few things that I wanted to discuss, so let's have a quick chat. Firstly, you might be wondering why I'm using this little box to display things throughout the video, and it's because of copyright. But despite copyright, I still wanted things to look aesthetically pleasing for you all, so also please ignore any inconsistencies with my hair. I got some highlights, but let's all just pretend I recorded everything in one sitting, okay? Which would be impossible because I would just be exhausted, but let's pretend that it's all consistent, okay? The second thing I wanted to mention is that, considering the fact we are going to be having a discussion about Loona's music, you are going to want to listen to Loona. Especially if you haven't really engaged with all of Loona's discography yet, you will really want to. But I want to discourage you from going to Loona's official pages on streaming services to access their music. Now, I cannot refer you to anything illegal. That's your business. I'm not going to promote any of that. But I'm just saying, SoundCloud is your best friend. That's it. Another thing I wanted to mention is that there are changes coming to my channel. I'm back, I'm excited. I've already hinted before in one of my other videos that I am planning to talk about Charli XCX, more specifically one of her projects. Be excited for that because I'm very excited to talk about it because it's something that everyone seems to forget about Charli. So great, that's coming. Also, I just want to say thank God for Team Subbit. I talk about them and other important accounts affiliated with Team Subbit later, but I thought I'd mention them here before we get into this because, as anyone who has kept up with Loona over the years will know, they are foundational to the fandom as a source for translations of everything from schedules, live streams, and chat highlights. And if they didn't put all this effort into providing one place where you could keep up with Loona, then I'd probably have to rely on my memory only, my camera roll, and then all K-pop, which would have been awful and of course unverifiable on its own. So thank you to Team Subbit and Ori and Little John and other Team Subbit accounts. Just to interrupt, originally I planned on talking about the debut and more also in that period included in the first part. But one thing I started to come to terms with while sorting through Loona's story was how I was going to tackle all the sensitive events and treat Loona with dignity. Like, as much as I love Loona, I don't want to come on here and talk about them in like a demeaning way or talk about the things that happen to them and like even like profit off of that. Like, that would just be just like so like tasteless, disgusting. I wouldn't be able to sleep at night. I would feel so bad. For me, I am doing this video out of my love of Loona and how many years I've stan Loona. When you stan a group for so long, like when you're a teenager, like it really, like for me, when it comes to like maybe like Red Velvet, I know some people who are subscribed know this about me. Maybe I've mentioned it, probably, because that group that you stan since debut, like it means something different. Like, for example, for Red Velvet, like I've been standing them since Happiness. Like every release I've been there. It really does like give you this sense of like I've really watched them grow. I've been there through their journey as artists, as public musicians, idols and things like that. So of course I don't want to come on here and make this something that's like, you know, not out of my love for Loona. I don't want to be sitting here and being disrespectful. Another thing, I don't want to spend this whole like series, it's not going to be a long series because I do plan to stop, even though Loona is like ever flowing, but I don't want to come on here and sit here and talk about like really dark things about Loona. I don't want it to be so sad, not only because like ethically it's, did I say ethically it's weird, but what I'm going to say is the second part, I'm probably not going to monetize that one because I'm going to talk a bit about what the Loona members went through at that time and a bit of pre-debut kind of stuff, things that were building at that point, and I go into detail about the ethical nature of Jaden and Blockberry. And I'm going to tell you right now, if you have a hard time with anyone criticizing Jaden Jeong and you can't stand that, I would suggest not watching that second part, because it's not like I tore into Jaden or anything like that, but I did criticize him, and I think I criticized him very fairly. I think you'll be able to see that, and I took both arguments from both sides into account. With that all being said, I hope this series will be fun to watch. It was very fascinating, like, to look back. And when I said, you know, my camera roll, I know some people be like, how are you going to use your camera roll as like verifiable information? But for me, it's because like so many things, so many moments have been saved, and it helped with dates, so I can easily search that up. I can find bits on that time period, and yeah. Anyways, back to what I was saying. If there is current information about Loona that I haven't mentioned in this video so far, it's probably because I relegated it to my chapters for the second part and I didn't think it had enough relevance to be mentioned here yet. So all this to say, please be lenient if not everything is definitive, because Loona isn't really definitive. I mean, this is obvious because Loona are real people, and speaking of that, some people forget the idols that they stan are real people when they discuss them, so it's always important to keep this in mind and of course show Loona some respect, especially with everything they've been through. This video is only the half of it. The first member to be revealed to the public was then 16-year-old Jeon HeeJin. HeeJin was born on October 19th, 2000. She grew up in Cheongnam and went to St. Paul's Girls Middle School. It was during middle school that she discovered her dream that was to one day become a performer. And so she started attending a dance academy at a young age. HeeJin has relatives in Brazil, and she even lived there for a month when she was very young. Many misinterpret HeeJin to be mixed race, and this all started from some of the Loona members themselves, who would prank new members joining the group by telling them that HeeJin was half Russian. It's mostly because HeeJin has this Eurocentric white nose, and that seems to throw people off. Even though all fans of Loona are well aware that HeeJin is not biracial, it still became this tradition to prank newer fans by telling them that she was Russian as well, and usually newer fans were quick to believe it was true to their embarrassment. HeeJin has two older sisters who also had similar dreams growing up to HeeJin's, but it was only HeeJin who continued to actively pursue a career in the entertainment industry. However, HeeJin struggled in gaining the experience she would need to debut. Living in the countryside, it took forever for her to travel to practice in Seoul, which was proving to be quite expensive for her family. Also, HeeJin was tirelessly auditioning across around 20 different entertainment companies to failed results. While her sisters supported her dream, her father had doubts that HeeJin would ever make it as an idol after being rejected so many times. But in 2015, HeeJin's bad luck at auditions would be overturned as she passed the auditions held at Polaris, and was later sent over to Blockberry Creative. Casted through social media, HeeJin spent 1 year training at Blockberry before making her self-titled solo debut in 2016. HeeJin is known as Loona's all-rounder or ace, as she has so many different talents and strengths. You can understand why it was only correct for her to debut first. She can play guitar and piano, she's an excellent dancer and singer. She is also really talented at drawing, painting and even calligraphy. With Jaden Jeong working as Loona's A&R, creative director and music producer, with assistance from soon-to-be frequent collaborator Monetary, title track Vivid and its acoustic mix as a B-side was a unique and refreshing look into the world of Loona. And the world of Loona was way more intricate and thoroughly planned out than anyone had ever expected. First of all, Jaden had planned attributes for every single Loona member, such as their signature colour and representative animal, and furthering Jaden's specific vision that was made possible with the millions Blockberry had funneled into the project from investors. He even planned on giving each member their own symbolic location, which would be made possible by travelling across the world to different cities for album and music video shoots. Vivid's music video was directed by GodWon of the VM project, and its acoustic version was filmed in Paris. HeeJin's photo shoot for the album was also conducted in Paris as well, which captured HeeJin in this make-believe Parisian-inspired aesthetic, with her fancy gardens, dresses and carousels. HeeJin's colour was bright pink, her animal was a white rabbit, and her location was Paris. But more importantly, HeeJin's Vivid was more than just a display of colour and elegance. It was our starting point for what would soon be named the Loonaverse. Just like Marvel and its profitable MCU, Jaden was attempting to craft his own grand immersive universe embedded into all Loona's music and their visual content, and the locations, colours and animals all connected together to tell an ongoing story of how Loona came to exist on what we would soon find out to be a Mobius strip. The Loonaverse is so rich in storytelling that the Loona Wiki has 2 entirely different pages for Loona members, Real Life HeeJin and Loonaverse HeeJin. It's like a TV show formatted in music videos where the main characters star as themselves. Despite HeeJin debuting with this image of cutesy, elegant Paris girl, she had a personal style that was always a bit more tomboyish. She had a very deep voice, and as she got older she started to get more muscly. Jaden was very calculated when it came to Loona's lore, marketing and music videos, as he had spent years prior coming up with the story of Loona. He had 20 or more different demos to choose from when debuting each and every member, while also staying in contact with multiple different producers who could make songs with the concept he wanted. I think the Loonaverse and other K-pop groups who came after Loona, who tried desperately to follow in their footsteps with advanced lore and storytelling, had its positives and its negatives. I agree that lore can be very engaging and great at adding depth to what could at the end of the day just be a music video with some choreographed dance scenes in it. Fans get to write essays, theorize and can bond together through the avenue of lore-based K-pop groups. But on the other hand, it's a marketing tactic. And my skepticism of lore has always been because K-pop companies just come up with such convoluted, repetitive stories to tell that carry out throughout each music video, to the point the only reason they're using lore is to get you to keep replaying the music videos for clues, and so you stream the songs over and over again. This is why over the years I came to prefer when K-pop video production companies opted for telling a succinct story that would come to an end when the song ended. Like for example Donut by Twice, that follows the group fall victim to a mass murderer on a cold winter's day. But overall, lore in K-pop was a clever marketing tactic indeed. And in my personal opinion, what became of Loona's lore was what made them the only group who made the lore marketing tactic more than just a ploy for YouTube views. It really was clever and interesting. Some fans of Loona ended up becoming very attached to the continuation of the Loonaverse. But for me, I could pick up on some very beautiful abstract storytelling, but I have never for the life of me been able to pinpoint what the Loonaverse is actually about. And I'm not alone in this, because despite the Loonaverse being somewhat integral to Loona as a group depending on what fan you ask, the members of Loona themselves have said time and time again that they have no idea what the Loonaverse is about either. They know bits and pieces, but they don't know the full story either. Jaden seemed to be so possessive over his ideas that his own performers he hired weren't even allowed to know. So I'm not going to be discussing the Loonaverse in depth because it's a whole different plane of reality. What an accidental hint I just said. We're going to be focusing on the real story of Loona in this series, not the Loonaverse story. However, I did want to give you a simplified few points about the Loonaverse so you get the gist. So with no further ado, this is the Loonaverse for dummies. A lot of Loona's lore revolves around colour theory, shape theory, science, and of course, how could we forget the Mobius strip? Each member resides on a different plane, meaning a different part of the Mobius strip. Some members and units are mirrors of each other in different parts of the Mobius strip, and other members have powers. As the girls exist within a never-ending loop, they embark on a musical journey exploring the effects of the loop while developing enemies, friendships, and relationships with the other girls they discover to be existing in their warped shared universe. If you are interested in knowing more about the Loonaverse, then I refer you to Loonaverse YouTube. But you might want to start off with former retired theorist Twinfish, as over the years they became the most famous Loonaverse theorist. All you need to know for now is that Blockberry and Jaden had gone all out when it came to establishing who Loona was through imagery and art style. But what was there to say about the music? Blockberry loved to fill an album or YouTube description with a little blurb. Presumably these were written by Jaden, and they gave us insight into the music. In Vivid's album description, Blockberry writes, Vivid is a colourful feeling lo-fi track, which shows off HeeJin's character with clarity. It tells a story of meeting a person to love in a repetitive and colourless routine, and only then finding a vivid colour within oneself. On the other hand, the acoustic mix of Vivid changes the original into a groovy guitar bass track, with HeeJin's delicate sense of rhythm being a pleasure. When writing Vivid, the songwriters aka Monotree were unaware of HeeJin's animal being a rabbit, although a white rabbit is mentioned in the lyrics as HeeJin sings either a white rabbit or a dove. But apart from those who reviewed HeeJin's debut, what did the K-pop fandom, Loona's incoming fandom and future fanbase have to say about Vivid? For some, Vivid was bold, colourful and stood out from a lot of 2016 releases. But on the flip side, it was clear to others that the Loona project had a long way to go. K-pop fans who had heard of Loona, no doubt from all the media play about money to gain attraction a few months into the project, found that Vivid just wasn't their taste. Some believed it was too old-timey and jazz adjacent, or that the song was a little underwhelming and that HeeJin's delivery forced by Jaden stylistically was a bit jarring for them. Others scrutinised the fact that the B-side of HeeJin's single was just a lackluster acoustic mix when it should have been another completely different song. In my opinion, I think the perfect B-side for Vivid would have been this song by the Korean soloist Minso, the acoustic version of her song The Grand Dreams. It fits HeeJin's vocal tone to a T. Basically, amongst fans, the consensus was, as Ricardo MC says in his review, "I just hate this genre of music. Sorry HeeJin, I love you, but they set you up." And I have to say, I strongly disagree. I can understand some fans looking back on Loona's discography and career today and coming to the conclusion that HeeJin could do a lot better than that, or thinking that Loona should have had a stronger start. But I think Vivid perfectly captured what Loona was all about at the time, the unknown. Nobody knew who would be in Loona or what the group was. And Vivid just sounded curious and like this infectious invitation for us to want to know more. But sadly, even though I just sung my praises, the first release under the Loona name had proven to be unsuccessful. Now, if you're a fan of Loona, you just know what statistic I'm about to bring up. Vivid was reported to be 2016's worst selling girl group album, as it only sold 657 copies as of November of that year. It was easy for Blockberry and Loona fans to be disheartened by low sales. However, the way these numbers have been spinned over the years has been really funny. At first, fans would use HeeJin having the lowest selling album as a sympathetic way to big up HeeJin. Look at where she started, you guys don't know what she went through. But its overuse in the narrative about Loona's career sure enough turned it into a meme and a joke once the group blew up. You have to understand that the circumstances as to why Vivid performed so poorly in the beginning was not based on fan opinion at all. It was because not only was Loona under a small, unknown company, they didn't promote their solos on music shows, which would have helped them get some exposure, and Blockberry could barely muster the wide-scale promotion needed. So all we got was HeeJin's first ever fan sign as an official Loona member, a dance practice, and of course, the start of Loona TV. Loona TV is a short-form vlogging series on the Loona the World YouTube channel. It covers the girls behind the scenes on music video shoots, travelling and bonding doing other activities. Despite Vivid's initial muted reception from the public at first, HeeJin became a bit of a CF queen in the early days of Loona. She did a lot of advertisements, and I remember this being Loona's first taste of promotion to the Korean public. HeeJin did this then viral advert for LG G7 phones, and it was funny for most fans because she had a stunt double for this part of the advert when she was skateboarding.
Won't you sing me your sweet lullaby? Won't you sing me your sweet lullaby?
Then she had this other advert where she would hold this pig. The amount of nostalgia I get from seeing HeeJin and this pig, this I swear if HeeJin don't cook that pig already pig. After a brief month marking Loona's first ever pre-debut single, it was time to move on to the second single from the second member of Loona. Keep in mind, we were told that there would be 12 girls in this group, and yet for the next year and a bit, we would have absolutely no clue who these girls would be. Blockberry was so serious about this that they would intentionally invite unknown trainees to their shoots and outings and then would blur them out so we wouldn't be able to know who was going to be in the group. Also, they were still putting the group together, so that's why all these girls are being blurred out, because behind the scenes they're still getting everything together, so it's not just they were inviting the girls just to be there to blur them out. The whole thing culminated into the phenomenon of the blurred girls, and fans were truly invested in uncovering who on earth was in that Blockberry building about to debut with Loona. Everything from their hair colour, height and the way they spoke was analysed in the quest to discover who these girls were. And some of these girls today are probably more known for their Loona project nickname than their real name. I'm going to talk about the blurred girls who didn't make it into Loona and where they are today a bit later. But from now on, we will be focusing on the blurred girls who did make it. Blockberry's secrecy was on another level, and the company used this to their advantage as a marketing tactic. They would go on to introduce the now iconic Who's Next Girl teaser posters. The posters displayed the latest girl to join the group with the question Who's Next Girl, building hype for who was going to be next in the search for a complete 12. After the debut of October girl HeeJin, we arrived to the next month of 2016, November, and we got to know our next girl, Kim HyunJin. HyunJin was 16 years old at the time of her debut, and she was born in 2000 on the 15th of November. She attended Baeksa Middle School in Incheon before she seemingly moved to Seoul and ended up going to Shenam Middle School. It was in her middle school days that HyunJin would accidentally stumble upon some exposure that would essentially change her life. At the age of 13, she starred in an episode of the TVN program 3 Idiots, where she was praised for her natural beauty. It didn't take long for Polaris to contact her, and soon enough she had become a Polaris trainee in 2013. But considering Polaris was using their resources to bolster Blockberry Entertainment, it made sense that a lot of Polaris trainees in the mid-2010s became potential candidates for the group and ended up moving to train at Blockberry after the Loona project was confirmed to go ahead. Blockberry had a stacked lineup of trainees training for Loona on a whim that they would get chosen. Whether you were a new Blockberry trainee or former Polaris trainee now being thrown into the fight for a place in Loona, the uncertainty of trying to make it into the group sounded like a tough task. The trainees who did make it into Loona have talked about Blockberry's rapid process of putting the group together, and many have likened it to an entire, complicated underground survival show. Blockberry confirmed that they had around 50 different girls competing for 12 spots in the group. Trainees involved with the selection process had become part of the whole system, given the name Loona Nation by the company. Explained on a deleted Instagram post by Jaden, Loona Nation trainees are separated into 3 teams, A, B and C. There is then a contest where each team sends out a representative member to participate. Third and second place pick what team they want to move to, and first place debuts in Loona. Jaden described the process on his blog as a breathlessly urgent schedule every month, to the point that we'd be writing lyrics in one room, the artist would be recording in the next room, and the music video would need to be filmed that weekend. It was a frenetic situation. Usually pre-debut, a company's process of elimination and creation is completely private and can proceed for up to 7 years. But Blockberry was taking very young girls with short experience who would still be at early pre-debut trainee level under another company for the next 3 or so years, and debuting them every month at the speed of light before they had even finalised what girl was going to come next. The solo debuts seemed very individual and personal once one girl had been chosen to sing it as their own, despite the fact that behind the scenes there were multiple different girls who could have sung the exact same song. To get a Loona solo, you had to fit Jaden's vision for the next girl single, and so trainees learned the choreography and the lyrics to each single and had to audition performing the solo single in question for a place in the group. For me, whenever Loona members in the future would be able to perfectly all dance and know the lyrics to every solo, it was kind of like a fourth wall break to me. Because Jaden had crafted such a separate image for the girls, I just couldn't imagine another Loona member with a completely different style knowing anything to do with another girl's solo, despite the fact that they were in the same group. For example, in this case, HyunJin had originally recorded parts of Vivid to test if it was the right solo or not for her. HyunJin was technically the first member to join Loona because she had been training in Polaris for the longest. She had successfully bagged her own solo and a spot in Loona, which I mostly believe was due to the long-standing faith Polaris seemed to have about her star potential, as she had been with the company since she was in middle school. And also because she has this particular charm and traditional Korean beauty that was very well received by South Korean audiences. HyunJin's colour is yellow, her representative animal is a cat, and her location is Japan. Even though HyunJin's animal is a cat and visually she fits this animal perfectly, she is an expert at dog impressions. She has been barking like a dog at any form of variety show for years now. She won't stop.
인투디 언나운 한 번 해도 되나요? 안 돼. 연습실에서는 되는데 여기는 안 돼. 인투디 언나.
HyunJin is known for her unserious personality. She claimed that if she wasn't in Loona, she would be one of these two things. 1. A robber. HyunJin said that she'd been practicing the art of stealing off people since she was 6 years old, and that stealing is fun. And to back that up, she's stolen the TV from a waiting room because their dorm didn't have one. And when the group was offered free ramen to take with them, HyunJin tried to walk out with the pot. Her other dream job, if she didn't make it into Loona, was to become a baker.
Hello, my name is HyunJin. I like bread.
Famously, HyunJin is a bread connoisseur, and for a good while fans made that her whole entire personality, because that's what happens when fans don't know anything about a celebrity in real life. They attach themselves to one personality trait and run with it. Controversially, she claimed that Joker was a way better movie than Parasite, but she was shocked to realise that her interpretation of Joker was way different to everyone else. HyunJin described her experience watching the movie in the cinema, explaining that she was laughing at parts of the movie nobody else was laughing at. When the Joker told a joke, she laughed, and she recommended her fans go to see the movie because it was really funny. On April Fool's Day, she ran around BBC pranking the staff and the other Loona members that she was going to leave the group and the company. You might even recognise HyunJin from this viral moment where she was confused on how to use a pen. And then there was also my favourite moment of hers, where she was at a fan sign and a male fan sat down to get her signature on their album, and she reacted like any 16-year-old girl seeing a grown man at a fan sign. But beside all of HyunJin's antics over the years, she's also like HeeJin, multi-talented. She's good at choreographing, she can play the guitar, piano, ukulele, even a bit of the drums. Her solo song is called Around You, and it's very different to Vivid in just about every way. The song was produced by Monetary yet again, and it's more of a sentimental ballad compared to HeeJin's upbeat jazz-inspired pop song. The song was initially going to be given to Ladies Code for supposedly their third album, but that didn't pan out. When it comes to the perception of Around You, fan opinion has always been mixed. Some love it, others are indifferent to it. I believe HyunJin has the lowest viewed solo MV, which is really interesting because HyunJin's popularity never took a hit or was affected by this. I think that in hindsight, Around You often goes unnoticed because it's not what we as international fans come to K-pop for. We want the spectacles and the experimental pop music, so HyunJin's ballad is often lost amongst those demands. Around You is a nice sweet ballad and serves for a calming listen. You could tell that even with the song being an unexpected ballad, that HyunJin was still a star regardless. I do think it was risky for Blockberry to follow up Vivid with the title track a lot more low-key, because they needed as much attention as they could get after the initial low sales HeeJin had. In my opinion, what makes Around You special is HyunJin's voice. Without her airy vocals, then the song would just be another ballad. Personally, I believe HyunJin should have gotten a more livelier debut because that style always seems to bring out her best side. One thing I wouldn't change is the music video, as it really does bring the song to life. It was directed by DigiPetty, who would quickly become the video production company to shape the Loonaverse for the next few years. DigiPetty brought Jaden's ideas to life, and they became an important component to Loona's videography. Also, Digipedi had worked with Ladies Code previously multiple times, actually, even before Jaden Jeong came in. Not to attribute all of Digipedi's work to Jaden. The Around You music video somberly follows HyunJin around Tokyo as she sits reminiscing in her room and later is confronted by cats as she roams the streets. Committing to the cat references further, she even wears this big, strange yet adorable cat head. HyunJin has a total of 3 different music videos of her song, the standard version, the short film version, and the third version, which we'll talk about that later. When it came to the former B-side on HeeJin's single album, fans always wished she got her own B-side and not just some ill-fitting acoustic mixed. And we were in luck because on HyunJin's single, we are greeted with a completely new song. A collaboration, in fact. B-side I'll Be There was produced by Artronic Waves. We're treated to a second music video featuring HeeJin and HyunJin exploring the streets of HyunJin's location, Tokyo. I'll Be There is a fan favourite Loona song. It's catchy, it showcases Loona's chemistry and potential. It will always be looked back on as one of Loona's highlights, but not only because of how great the song is. I'll Be There marks the arrival of the first friendship fans came to adore in Loona's rookie years, Jin. The pair were nicknamed Jin as they both had Jin in their name, making their names much faster to pronounce. HyunJin had been at Polaris longer than HeeJin. She was there for 3 years compared to HeeJin's 1 year. HyunJin had already known of HeeJin as they were the same age and they were now attending the same high school in Seoul together, Hansung Girls High School. When filming the Vivid music video in Paris, HyunJin tagged along as well. HeeJin and HyunJin's I'll Be There was a foreshadowing of how incoming solo singles would be formatted from now on. A collaboration on the B-side from the girl who debuted before them. And speaking of formatting, let's talk about Loona's physical album design that became more and more iconic the more that they were released. Loona's physical albums had sleek minimalist layout, from its white border to its book cover design. Loona's albums spawn a true collector's mentality. If you didn't know, the only reason K-pop is still able to make so much money from CD sales is because of their packaging and collectible photo cards. Having a full entire shelf of Loona albums is probably a bigger flex than all of Jake Paul's Lamborghinis combined because they have so many different editions to collect. And you had to pay shipping, so these albums don't come cheap. HeeJin had her own album with 1 version and HyunJin's single had 2 different editions, a solo version and a version with her and HeeJin. From now on, each single would have 2 different editions to collect, the solo single and the dual single. When it came to how the album appeared on streaming services, it had the ever recognisable white border, with the Girl of the Month in Korean font right next to the member's name in their signature colour. The Loona pre-debut album cover style was recreated with nearly everyone alive on planet Earth. Think of any famous person and you'll find a Loona edit of them with them on the cover. Both Vivid and Around You have been divisive amongst the fandom for many years. I love Vivid. I think Around You could have been a lot better when you put someone like HyunJin as the performer. And for other fans, everyone had varying opinions like mine. But when it came to the third girl's debut, there was no debate. Objectively, it was a flawless debut. And it really encapsulated both Loona and the Loonaverse at its best. Born in 1997 on August 18th, next girl HaSeul was a hidden talent within Loona that over the years Blockberry struggled to accommodate through the group's collective music. With Jaden Jeong himself later writing of HaSeul on his blog, "When I first selected HaSeul as a member, people around us worried. Compared to HeeJin and HyunJin, she was a little bland, they might say. But I liked that about HaSeul from the beginning. If you didn't look closely, she might have seemed bland, but she had a quietly pervasive charm." Wow, thanks for the lovely words, Jaden. Are you beginning to clock why I labelled Jaden's blog as infamous now? As a child, HaSeul had already discovered her love of music through her interest in her elementary school's choir, and would later on study opera. Many years later, HaSeul would become a tutor to a choir formed of young children who had the same love of music she did. HaSeul's dad always supported her dream of becoming a musician, and like all the Loona members so far, she also learnt how to play the piano and the guitar. HaSeul was often given the predetermined role of mum within Loona. Fans assigning a mum or dad is just classic pop group dynamics. The reason why HaSeul obtained this motherly image is mostly because she always came across as mature, caring, and very friendly. She isn't the oldest member of Loona, which is stereotypically who gets the leader position, but she does have leadership qualities, which is why she was made the leader of Loona. HaSeul presumably comes from a wealthy background, as throughout the years she's been spotted in multiple personal luxury items, from Burberry bags, her expensive watch, and more famously amongst fans, her double-screened Galaxy Z Fold 2 5G phone. Similar to other K-pop idols from upper-class backgrounds, HaSeul was able to study abroad in Australia for 1 month, and at 16 years old she ended up moving to Colorado in the US. While living in America for a year with her aunt, HaSeul used her English name Jane Cho while attending school there. HaSeul wasn't fluent in English, which affected both her studies and her social life. Not knowing English, HaSeul was placed in a lower year than her actual age group. She didn't speak for an entire month when she first moved there. HaSeul's aunt would drop her off at their local shopping centre. The mall. And HaSeul would spend hours interacting with people there so she could get better at English. To this day, HaSeul is like a conversational English speaker, but she isn't fluent. She eventually returned to South Korea and had to go through an extra year of high school because she was now behind because of her time in America. HaSeul planned on furthering her education by studying opera at college, but everything changed once she was scouted by Blockberry Creative. Blockberry found HaSeul when they watched her perform at a teenage singing contest her music teacher recommended that she participate in. Although HaSeul was really talented at singing, most people who trained to be in Loona had been to dance academies and such, and HaSeul's lack in dance experience stood out in her audition for the company. In the next generation of K-pop that Loona was soon going to be a part of when they made their full group debut, being a knockout singer but bad at dancing would become a deal breaker. Companies eventually became focused on tough choreography, and being a strong vocalist would inevitably be put on the back burner when it came to scouting talent. However, because A&R, Jaden and Blockberry had a great eye for star potential and weren't focused on dance training only when building Loona, HaSeul, to her own shock considering her little experience, made it into the group. HaSeul, in my opinion, was chosen to be in Loona not only because she had a great voice, but also because she has this specific style and grace that stood out from the crowd. HaSeul's colour would be green, her animal was a white bird, and her location was Iceland. HaSeul would be a December girl with her 15th of December solo release Let Me In. In English, the title of the song is known as Let Me In, but in Korean the title of the song is known as Sonyeon Sonyo, meaning boy, girl in English. The song flirts with androgyny, as the song is about a girl that after liking a boy starts to feel more alike to him. As HaSeul sings, "This girl is the girl's boy, this girl is the boy's wish." Styled in an iconic short blonde wig, in both the photo shoots for the album and in the music video, it's a lot further than what other companies were willing to portray their girl groups at the time. Let Me In was an orchestral ballad. It was a lot more heavy and emotional than what became of Around You by HyunJin, which was softer and lighter. The music video for Let Me In is one of my favourite Loona music videos, as it tastefully incorporates the Loonaverse while also using these cinematic winter scenes to illustrate it all. For the B-sides of HaSeul's single, we were treated to a fun Christmas song. HaSeul's a December and in turn a Christmas girly, if you recall what I said earlier. The carol features our current debuted lineup of Loona members, HeeJin, HyunJin and now HaSeul. Just like we had the nickname Toojin, these three girls also had something in common too. They all had names starting with H. So the triplet pairing of HeeJin, HyunJin and HaSeul was named 3H. Toojin was way more popular in usage and longevity than 3H, but I still thought I'd mention it. The carol was produced by Monetary, and it reminds me a lot of my favourite K-pop Christmas album Dear Santa by TTS, which are both great Christmas songs. I recommend them both. The music video was filmed in London, which is a good choice of location for a Christmas song because in London they always have like the big light displays. You can see them standing in front of them near the end. HaSeul's debut era is one of my favourite eras of Loona. Take me back. Just take me back. I think everything really came together just perfectly. The single album is cohesive in a way we hadn't seen before, and the visuals were just out of this world. While HaSeul was now the oldest member to debut in the group so far, being 19 while HeeJin and HyunJin were only 16 at the time. It's time to talk about the next girl, who would be the youngest member of the full entire lineup, and the ramifications of Blockberry's decisions to do this still lives on to this very day. YeoJin is the fourth revealed member of Loona, making her solo debut in 2017. YeoJin is an only child. Me too! YeoJin being an only child is partly why she came to enjoy the company of the other members. She always wanted to have sisters, and as the years passed, the other Loona members became her sisters, in her words. YeoJin attended a dance academy in Daegu a year prior to her finalization in Loona. Being born in 2002 on November 11th, YeoJin was only 14 years old at the time of her debut with Loona. It's difficult to talk about the complications of YeoJin debuting so young because YeoJin is a welcome addition to the group, and no fan of Loona would flat out say that YeoJin shouldn't have been a part of Loona. But on the other hand, we came to understand that YeoJin's debut, no matter how child-friendly Jaden and Digipedi worked to make it, it was still inappropriate. For an industry that is so dedicated on crafting these perfectionist images of young people to make money, this is no industry for a child, let alone an industry for a child to grow up in. The industry is so quick to fall back on its perceived squeaky cleanness whenever they need to cover up mistreatment, harassment and corruption. Bang PD will confidently spin this tale to American media that K-pop is way safer than the Western music industry just because K-pop idols don't do drugs. Meanwhile, his girl group Les Seraphim, including 15-year-old Inche, are disciplined for not losing enough weight before their debut. For children who enter the K-pop industry, if you don't look the part, you will be pressured to get plastic surgery, or you will end up starving yourself trying to live up to these expectations. Yeah, it's nice to hear that K-pop idols aren't succumbing to drug addiction, but on the other hand, they are most likely succumbing to anorexia and body dysmorphia instead. Living in the public eye, being forced to conform to beauty standards, and growing up in an environment so hostile to your real personhood under the veil of your image of being an idol, it's no surprise that as the industry becomes more and more tough with its practices, the more and more former teen or child idols are simply choosing to retire from the industry in their early 20s, having experienced their teenage years being overworked and realizing that being an idol wasn't really what they wanted in the end. I can only imagine what harmful conditions YeoJin had to go through as a young girl growing up in the K-pop industry. After the international K-pop fandom, including Loona's, as a whole started to have a discussion about minors debuting in the K-pop industry, the sexualization of minors, the exploitation of minors, and the overworking of minors, it should be stated that Korea doesn't really have strong child labour laws to protect children working in the entertainment industry, which is why this is all able to happen. Many fans of other younger, newer groups who defend the debuting of minors are the first to turn to Loona stans and say, what about YeoJin? You supported YeoJin and she was underage, so... And I get why this is their first rebuttal, because the majority of K-pop stans who defend minors debuting are usually minors themselves. These very young stans haven't reached a place of maturity to be able to reflect on this issue and come to the realization that the debuting of minors just isn't right. Just like Loona's fandom at first didn't have that maturity either, and by the time they were old enough to, it was too late. That's why it's important to step in and discuss this issue before it's too late, and before companies abuse more children. What other stans don't get is that the reason Loona stans in particular are obviously against the debuting of minors is because of what YeoJin and some of the other girls who were under 18 who debuted went through. All of the Loona members were victims of the industry, but the girls who got into this project who were underage were put through so much extra trauma, and their brains weren't even developed fully when they were going through all of this. Think about that and you'll understand why debuting minors is such a bad idea. YyeOjin debuting so young was a side effect of how fans would treat her as well. YyeOjin is a grown woman, but because she debuted so young and was a teenager throughout Loona's run, fans continued to baby her and essentially made YyeOjin's whole addition to the group be nothing more than her being the daughter, the baby, the younger sister. It's more Blockberry's fault than it is the fans' fault though for giving her this image and pushing her to take this role. YyeOjin really is a natural when it comes to on-screen personality. YyeOjin is lively, bouncy and always made you smile. But similar to most idols who debut very young, she matured a lot and seemed to come across as more jaded by the industry. This makes it feel like YyeOjin before 2019 and after were two different people, which is kind of true because everyone's teenage self and adult self are like completely different people. Kiss Later, YyeOjin's debut, was released in January of 2017. The song is about an appropriate and healthy attitude telling a boyfriend that we're still young, so let's study hard and get into college before kissing, as YyeOjin was still in middle school at the time of the song's recording and release. The song was often praised for its themes around consent. The music video features a frog as YyeOjin's love interest, clearly referencing the princess and the frog. For many years, fans searched far and wide to find out who was in this frog costume, as many of those who trained or were backup dancers for Loona were sworn to secrecy while the group was unfolding, and it eventually was discovered to be this guy. When it came to traits, YyeOjin's colour was orange, her location was Taiwan, and her animal was a frog. YyeOjin always disliked her animal being a frog. Of course, for a young girl, having the animal represent you be a frog, it's a little embarrassing. At some point, YyeOjin's animal was going to be a bear, but Jaden settled on a frog. But I think it's much nicer to say that YyeOjin's animal is a bear rather than a frog, and I think for newer fans, you should probably say that her animal's a bear and just forget about the whole frog thing. In contrast to previous Loona solo albums, YyeOjin's solo album had 2 B-sides, and she's the only Loona member to have more than one. The 2 B-sides are called My Sunday and My Melody. Both songs are essentially the same song but with different compositions. They are labelled as twin tracks that are comprised of the same arrangement, but progress in 2 different melodies in the chorus. Both B-sides have a music video shot in Taiwan that showcases Loona in a more relaxed outdoor atmosphere. The first B-side, My Sunday, doesn't feature YyeOjin, but it features another duet by HyunJin and HeeJin instead. I don't know whether I like the creative direction of just having one song on YyeOjin's album have nothing to do with her. But to make up for that odd choice, there are 3 physical copies of YyeOjin's album. One solo with all 3 tracks, one with HyunJin and HeeJin, and the final album with YyeOjin and HaSeul. And as I said, I love Jin, but for the sake of consistency, I think it would have been nice if it was just HaSeul and YyeOjin rather than adding a song where YyeOjin wasn't on it. But I believe the reason why Jaden did this was about to become very clear.
If that's what you wanna do.
After 4 months of solo singles, it was time for Loona's first ever subunit to debut. Named Loona 1/3 as the girls would be 1/3 of 12 upcoming members, the unit made their debut as a 4-piece in March of 2017. As expected, the unit featured HeeJin, leader HaSeul, HyunJin and... Now hold on a minute. Who's this? What comes with such a subunit based on an experimental big group like Loona or maybe an NCT or AKB48 is flexibility. And so systems already predetermined are usually edited to atone for different circumstances. In this case, Blockberry wanted to experiment with fan power. Although I can't definitively claim that this was Jaden's idea, in my own personal opinion it tracks with how Jaden likes to manage his groups. He likes to implement this aspect of choice and fan involvement, but for as freeing as this approach sounds, what you'll come to realise is that fans don't always know best and fans are never going to agree on one result. And it seemed BBC weren't too confident in the fans' ability to choose in the first place either, and maybe they even rejected Jaden's approach. So before the debut of Loona 1/3, BBC posted a video to their channel proclaiming that fans could choose only 3 members to debut in a new unit with a hidden new girl. The hidden girl in question being pink-haired Hong Konger ViVi. But if you look around for any evidence of this fan voting process, you can't find anything. Nobody seems to have voted for anything. In the end, there was no vote, and BBC just chose 3H by default. Many have speculated the many reasons behind this video, the vote, and why YeoJin wasn't in 1/3, and even why ViVi was. The most popular theory that has stood the test of time was that YeoJin was failing middle school and needed to focus on her education, so BBC decided not to debut her in 1/3 at the time. Some even say that the vote was a cover-up to hide that YeoJin was failing school and had to go back. I don't know, but something about this isn't connecting yet, so let's connect the dots a bit here. So here's the theory. While preparing for the first unit, BBC then realised that they were facing problems with YeoJin's inclusion, as she didn't have enough time for the recording, filming and promotion process, and it was already interfering with her education. So they took ViVi out of the second unit she was originally going to debut with, and sent her to the 1/3 unit as a replacement for YeoJin. 1/3 of 12 girls is obviously 4, they needed 4 girls. That's why ViVi had no time to debut solo before joining 1/3. To cover up for why they had to replace YeoJin in a way that wouldn't put her grades on blast, would be to use the idea of a vote to slyly inform fans that only 3 out of 4 of the current members would be in the unit, rather than actually giving fans the chance to choose who those 3 members were. Then Jaden came up with the lore answers like YeoJin being in the slash, or that she was lost in the forest. Maybe it wasn't Jaden, maybe BBC, other staff in BBC, they came up with these answers. And this was all done in an attempt to make sure that YeoJin was still relevant to the group, as she didn't debut in a unit or wasn't present as much during the pre-debut era as others. Having ViVi instead of YeoJin in Loona 1/3 shifted the dynamic of the group significantly, in my opinion, mostly in terms of their concept and image. As an early teenager, YeoJin's image was a lot more cutesy, vibrant and playful. On the other hand, 3H as a trio were presented as more mature, soft-spoken and classy in some way. When a certain woman worked on FX's 4 Walls album, after the departure of Sully, FX had to adopt a different image, as Sully added this sweetness that the rest of the group were unable to pull off without her. I felt like Loona 1/3 is similar in that respect. Without YeoJin participating in the 1/3 unit, the group ended up having a more traditionally delicate approach to the cute concept. But if YeoJin was in the group at the time, I think we might have seen something a bit more different. YeoJin would never join another unit, making her the only Loona member to not have her own unit. Technically, YeoJin still does belong to Loona 1/3, despite not being present for the subunit's promotions. On the positive side, YeoJin got to continue her education, which I think was better for her well-being, her development. But on the negative side, it was sad to watch YeoJin over the years be left out of a unit. Yes, technically she is part of 1/3, but she didn't promote with them at the time. This is going to become relevant soon, but every single Loona subunit got their own little fandom, and fans to this day have discussions over which subunit was best. And I always felt like YeoJin was excluded from it all because all she had was Kiss Later and A Dream. I think that YeoJin's popularity is very recent, and I think she could have been more popular earlier if she was part of one of the unit's promotions. I should remind you again that solos didn't get the same formal promotional activities that units got, so YeoJin missed out on some exposure and experience because she wasn't on any music shows until the full group debut. But now that we've discussed why YeoJin wasn't in Loona 1/3, let's talk about the girl who was. ViVi. Despite having no feel for who ViVi was, she fit in perfectly with the other Loona 1/3 girls when it came to the image and sound the group went for. Loona 1/3's first album is called Love and Live, introducing another ongoing element to Loona's pre-debut releases, the And series. The album has 2 versions, a limited blue version that is also the cover on streaming services and a regular white version. Basically, every subunit album would be called blank and blank. Is it Love and Live or Love Alive? It's Love and Live, isn't it? I always called it Love and Live, but I feel like Love and Live makes more sense. Okay, whichever's the right saying, you guys are gonna have to put up with that. Love and Live is a heartfelt synth pop song that is bursting with this colourful, beautiful energy. The music video was shot in New Zealand and Hong Kong, and we get to see Loona 1/3 in a variety of now staple Loona 1/3 costuming, particularly their tracksuit with little bows and Loona branding, and their white shirt, black bows and blue frayed denim skirts and blazers. Every subunit was given a form of identifiable outfit going forward, and these carved out a recognizable identity for each unit. In the Love and Live music video, we get a lot of iconic moments that would go on to not only shape the Loonaverse, but it was another video in Loona's already consistent great videography. Love and Live was directed by video production company DigiPedi as usual, and their newfound hefty role in Loona's music videos after coming off of such widely successful productions with other groups had already started to impact others in the entertainment industry. It wasn't long until DigiPedi and by extension Loona were being plagiarized by a web drama. Dia's Cheon starred in a web drama called I Am, and in episode 4 we see what is pretty much a direct rip-off of Love and Live. DigiPedi vented on Instagram about their work being stolen, which is quite rare because in K-pop everyone steals from everyone and nobody ever says anything. So it's clear that DigiPedi were passionate about their work enough to come forward and defend their work with Loona. Shortly after the release of Love and Live, Loona 1/3 made their debut on music shows, starting on Inkigayo. Blockberry, who had Polaris and the Ilkwang group standing behind them, were able to get Loona 1/3 a spot on music shows. Despite them being very deep in their Nugu unknown era, they had a tiny fan base at the time. HeeJin was on Twitter congratulating fans on Vivid's 100,000 views. The group was far from the popularity that we know of from Loona today. Before Loona's run on music shows, they had their little fan meets outside. It's these events where fresh fan sites who followed a particular member during their solo single fan signs all gathered for Loona 1/3's group promotions. Throughout 1/3's promotions on music shows, we get 3 performances, one with these white and red stripe outfits, another with these yellow and purple uniforms that seemingly referenced HeeJin's Vivid attire. For rookies who hadn't been on a music show and were still seemingly in the process of training, Loona 1/3 was still polished more than other rookies of their kind. To promote 1/3, Loona start doing interviews, brand deals, magazine spreads, photo shoots and other variety show appearances. The group appears on Fact in Star, where we specifically get ViVi dancing to Russian roulette, which would later become turned into the ViVi trend. You don't want to know how upset Revelovers were about that one. More notably, the group were given a big promotional opportunity in the form of becoming Innisfree models. Innisfree is a popular makeup brand in South Korea, and the group would be on display in whatever the Korean equivalent of Superdrug or Boots is. For most unknown groups, getting modelling gigs like this are usually beneficial because every brand wants to implement idol marketing, and with oversaturation there is enough idols to go around. It was also during the Love and Live era that we got the first ever episode of Loona Kick, which was another short-form casual video series intended for other apps that suited that content. At first, Loona Kick started off on Facebook, but they quickly adapted to posting the videos on Instagram and Twitter. Since its first episode in 2017 on March the 29th, the series has around 250 videos posted across social media. Loona Kick was heavily filtered by Loona staff, as the girls would send in videos from their camera roll to the staff for them to pick and choose from, rather than uploading the videos themselves. Sometimes Loona Kicks were weeks old from their original recording, and staff were just storing the content and posting them when they needed a new episode, regardless of what date it was. Shortly after the group's promotions with Love and Live, the girls returned again to promote the repackaged album Love and Evil. The album featured previous Love and Live title tracks including You and Me Together, another candy funk track produced by Atronic Waves for the second time since HeeJin and HyunJin's I'll Be There, Fairy Tale that gently flows to the ear with a melody that's like a bedtime fairy tale from childhood, and lastly Valentine Girl, a happy tempo track telling the story of gifting chocolate to a boy on Valentine's Day, with Genie kikiing and all. On the Love and Evil album, the tracklist is spaced out with 2 new songs that lend a new dimension to the previous album, Rain 51dB and Sonatine. If you've seen this woman before, then you've probably heard of Sonatine before. Sonatine follows an elegant concept as opposed to the brighter concepts we've seen from 1/3 so far. In the music video, we get to see the members dance gracefully in the city lights of Hong Kong. Sonatine to me is what makes Loona 1/3 so special, as it's the most enchanting song of Loona's discography. Rain 51dB, the second addition to the album, is also one of my favourite Loona songs. It's very like choir, church-like, even though it's kind of nothing like that. I don't know how else to describe it. And it has a retro sound and look that is aided by Loona sitting in an empty room with some sofas and Digipedi cranking up the filters too blindly white to mimic that 90s K-pop aesthetic. Compared to the other girl groups who had released music in the similar vein of 1/3's brand of concept, I think 1/3 had found a style of their own that differentiated them from everyone else. But not everyone believed that. As Jaden Jeong had worked with Lovelyz before, many drew comparisons to his work with Lovelyz and Loona 1/3's output. In Asian Junkie's review of Love and Live, they wrote, "It's a light and fluffy type of song concept that's built around a driving synth instrumental. The easy comparison is Chuu by Lovelyz, but even though that was hardly my favourite release, it was still better than this knockoff version. Excuse me." According to the bias list, produced by Hwan of producing team Monetary, the track's fizzy synths recalls Lovely's retro sound, buoyed by the girly bubblegum melodies so entrenched within the genre. In a review of Jaden's work by a Japanese blogger that quotes Jaden, and this Japanese blogger is going to become important a bit later, so put a pin in this article, everyone. The writer compares 1/3's output to Lovelyz, but after reviewing both groups' discography, they came to a different conclusion. The introduction of Love and Live had the sound of anticipation reminiscent of Lovelyz introducing the candy, and the subsequent Candy Jelly Love. In short, Loona 1/3's Love and Live gave off a vibe that could be said to be the homage of Lovelyz's early trilogy. Are Lovelyz and Loona similar musically? As I wrote this article, I went through the articles about Jaden and listened to all of Lovelyz and Loona's songs in order of release. Lovelyz and Loona were completely different musical types. Certainly, Love and Live contains elements of Lovelyz's past songs, and I think Jaden has many things in common with both groups' ideals and concepts. However, Lovelyz and Loona are fundamentally different. Not only is the music different, but the individuality of the members, vocal characters and so on are different. And above all, I don't think that Jaden is trying to do the same thing he did with Lovelyz with Loona. I agree that 1/3 have some Lovelyz tendencies, mostly on their first album, but I think that the comparisons are a bit forced because Loona 1/3 wasn't just some recreation of Lovelyz just because Jaden originally had this idea for Loona when he worked with Lovelyz. I think the reason Jaden Jeong was taking a sprinkle of influence from his past synth pop work with Lovelyz in order to aid Loona was because of Jaden and Blockberry's original vision for Loona's success. Jaden and Blockberry wanted Loona to gain a loyal domestic fandom, and a girl group who had succeeded in creating a lucrative domestic fandom with no need for global exposure at the time was Lovelyz. They wanted Loona to solely have Korean fans like the ones who loved Lovelyz. BBC may have marketed Loona as some form of global force going from country to country for visual content, but at the end of the day this was all done to impress Korean and later other potential East Asian markets. And no other member encapsulated this better than our mystery girl ViVi. After promoting in Loona 1/3, fans were finally given a formal introduction to the fifth member, already known as ViVi. ViVi is actually quite a first for Loona, as there's many things about her that separated her from the previous members debuting before her. She is the first and only non-Korean member of Loona, being born in the Tianmun district in 1996 on the 9th of December. ViVi is the oldest member of Loona and is the only member to have debuted in a subunit and not solo. She was the first Loona member to be given a stage name, her real name being Won Kahi. I like to think that ViVi's stage name was inspired by Japanese magazine ViVi, but in actuality it was just because it bore resemblance to ViVi's modelling name, and Jaden wanted Loona's stage names to include their real names. ViVi as a stage name was a great choice as it suits her really well. In her later teenage years, ViVi became a model. going by the name Vian Wong. She did a variety of different modelling gigs, from PlayStation 2 events to lesbian wedding photography. She would also act in some of her friends' YouTube videos. ViVi's former life before joining Loona is probably the most interesting and most documented. At first, international Loona fans enjoyed digging up ViVi's past pre-debut photos because they were entertaining. On the other hand, there were other fans who believed that boasting about ViVi's previous career was going to harm Loona's image in South Korea. But we later got an answer as to whether spreading ViVi's pre-debut photos was acceptable or not. As ViVi had vaguely told a fan she didn't like people spreading some of the photos but not all. So we didn't know which photos ViVi didn't like and which she did. But alas, fans acted accordingly after hearing that ViVi was possibly uncomfortable with it. And so it became very rare to see any fan of Loona repost or talk about ViVi's pre-debut photos. It wasn't until this year that the whole "don't share ViVi's pre-debut pictures" came to an end, as ViVi herself came forward and told a fan on a call that she didn't really mind her photos being shared. Then many ViVi stans came forward and were like, the whole thing was a myth all these years. Now, let's chat a bit about this while ViVi does her makeup. So, I personally believe that Rischa Prinsessa, the person who broke this news in the first place originally, was just reacting to ViVi's body language when she brought the photos up in conversation, and that she was genuinely trying to accommodate ViVi's feelings based on her reaction. And even though ViVi might not have given a strong verbal confirmation, and Rischa Prinsessa was just going off of the vibes she was given, I think this all worked out for the best. Because at this point in time in the fandom, there was definitely this like uncaring nature. As in, yeah, we all liked Loona and we didn't hate the girls or something. But fans hadn't really learnt to respect the girls as their own people outside of what they were to Loona, what they contributed to the Loona image. It's also because at these early stages, Loona were very small in reach and from an unfamiliar, smaller company, and K-pop stans definitely treat the big four idols they stan with a certain level of respect that comes automatically, while smaller companies have to earn that respect. And without that respect for who Loona were as people separated from the convoluted project that was Loona, a lot of fans during the pre-debut era felt as though they could say whatever they wanted about Loona, as one, the community was way too small so they wouldn't really get called out for anything, and two, because people cared less as a whole about the group to get upset, and also because it was early days, you know. When it came to ViVi's pre-debut photos, their resurfacing really did spiral out of control in the hands of certain fans, because usually these fans were blowing up her pre-debut photos for attention. Meanwhile, they didn't even stan ViVi or even like her that much, which always pissed me off. At this point, it felt like a certain portion of the fandom only liked ViVi because of the attention they could get from her pre-debut photos, or simply because they only liked her pre-debut photos, which is bizarre for any idol. And this is why what Rischa Prinsessa did, even though it was based on a miscommunication she had with ViVi, was actually really important to the formation of the Loona fandom. It gave fans a moment to reflect on their view of ViVi, to take her and the other Loona girls more seriously, and finally it helped the early fanbase realise that the girls had boundaries that needed to be respected by fans nevertheless. I also think because a lot of Loona's fandom at this point were very young and immature, you know, how old was I? I think I'm like around HyunJin's age or HeeJin's age, a bit younger or older, I don't know. Now that the majority of us are a lot older, we could look or share ViVi's pre-debut photos with respect for her as a person and an artist, instead of lacking that nuance which ended up painting her as nothing more than like a fandom joke, right? Besides ViVi's talent at painting and drawing and her modelling career, she deep down aspired to become an idol. Following her dreams, ViVi slowly sought out training before travelling to South Korea. ViVi became a trainee at Polaris and then was later transferred to Blockberry Creative and was turned into a possible Loona project candidate. ViVi didn't know Korean, and making the choice to move to South Korea would be a big step for her. Most foreign K-pop idols usually have no time to travel back home to visit their families for many years of a group's activities. Being the only non-Korean member, this meant that she might have to spend her holidays alone, while the other Korean members got to visit their families. ViVi was lucky to find solace in her close bond and friendship she had with HaSeul. Having spent time abroad herself in a foreign country, HaSeul was always helping ViVi navigate South Korea and keeping an eye out for her. ViVi would train at Blockberry Creative for around a year before being selected for the group. ViVi had been a backup singer before, but she had never been a main vocalist on her own song before she was offered her own solo debut. She was given the colour pastel rose, which is a light pink, her animal is a deer, and her location was Hong Kong. So every solo member has some kind of solo fandom name, and they vary in popularity. ViVi's fandom had one of these names, with her international fanbase coining the Varbs, a play on ViVi and the Barbs. Every Day I Love You was the 5th solo debut from Loona in April. I've heard people say that Idili, which is basically Every Day I Love You shortened, was produced to suit ViVi's vocals that in turn resembled Guhara of Kara, more specifically her solo single Choco Chip Cookie, which ViVi happened to sing during her audition at Blockberry. ViVi's Every Day I Love You is wistfully nostalgic of K-pop in the late 90s and early 2000s. It reminds me of some of SM Entertainment's girl groups of that time, like Milk and Sugar. Following in the footsteps of previous Loona 1/3 music video Rain 51 dB, Every Day I Love You has a similar VHS 90s aesthetic. ViVi even had a special tape that she would pose with and an old fashionable brick phone. HaSeul features on the main title track. She appears for her rap verse while the other previous girls surround her, all dressed in fashion of their era in K-pop. These outfits are some of my favourite outfits and overall styling that Loona got to wear, especially HeeJin's hair that makes her look like she's straight out of Baby Vox. The video also features a male love interest, which was new as so far male love interests were rarely seen unless they had a frog head. ViVi's love interest was played by then Blockberry trainee and later member of the boy group Only One Of. I'd argue that Idili and Let Me In had the best music videos so far. Instead of ViVi getting another separate B-side featuring HaSeul, HaSeul was featuring on the title track, and then the B-side would be another acoustic style version of Every Day I Love You. It had another name, Every Day I Need You. Different to the acoustics of Vivid or even the changed arrangements of My Melody, the second version of Idili had a lot more going on and was simply a laid-back addition to the song, rather than it being just a stripped-down acoustic version. The music video stars ViVi as she walks around the streets of Hong Kong in a warm light. But then something happens. Things glitch to black and white, and then this anonymous blonde-haired girl starts rapping HaSeul's verse. Could this be our next girl? Closing the door on Loona 1/3, Blockberry had done everything in their power to harbour in dedicated Korean fans by catering to their perceived taste in girl group concept and sound. But despite their best efforts, potential supporters in South Korea of Loona remained unfazed. They had of course built up a slowly growing Korean cult following, but this was far from enough to justify how much money BBC had put into the group so far. Looking at the bigger picture, the Loona project needed to cut down on spending and embrace other markets. So they did, which seemed like something they didn't want to have to do. Blockberry was still eager on banking on domestic success, even though the writing was on the wall that they needed to embrace a new approach. And to Blockberry's dismay, Loona's stake in Korean fandom was about to turn into international attention. Attention that they at first didn't anticipate, and soon they would realise that these global fans were soon going to be their only way out. As this mysterious blonde girl named JinSoul had appeared in the Every Day I Need You music video and B-side of our precious girl ViVi, fans were for the first time prepared for the next single. Until they weren't. The next girl wasn't a blonde-haired JinSoul, but instead it was a blonde-haired Kim Lip. This might have changed the continuity of solo releases, but so did ViVi when she magically debuted in 1/3, like she just appeared. Many questioned why Kim Lip debuted after ViVi instead of JinSoul, when it had clearly been hinted at that JinSoul was our next girl. Did Blockberry just want the element of surprise, or was their complicated debut approach proving to be complicated? My theory is in line with what I just told you about Loona's current place in the industry. Blockberry needed to change markets. They had done their interpretation of popular Korean concepts, but if that wasn't bringing in as much domestic fans as they needed to make the project successful, they needed to get experimental and they needed to stand out. Kim Lip, who would be debuting with the solo song Eclipse, would be the perfect fresh beginning that Loona required to rope in a new audience. Eclipse had to come first as it was a way to set the stage for the next subunit, a bold new beginning. On the other hand, JinSoul's debut serves more as a continuation of this new story, and having her debut before Kim Lip would have seemed a bit out of context. Kim Lip's real name is Kim Jong-un, which was hard for her to deal with growing up as her name is pronounced quite similar to a certain North Korean dictator. Being bullied on the playground for her name, Kim Lip was happy that Jaden had come up with an iconic stage name for her to use publicly that kept an aspect of her real name. Similar to what Jaden had done with ViVi's stage name, it was Jaden's blend of real and fake names that really made Loona's stage names more personal and more special. Many international fans believe that Kim Lip was one of the best stage names ever created in girl group history. In fact, according to reliable sources such as myfirstnamerocks.com, Kim Lip is a name that invokes logical reasoning, the type of person who appreciates luxury and elegance. In reality, we all thought it was cunty to have your name just be Lip, but in actuality, Lip isn't supposed to be referring to an actual lip. In Korean, Kim Lip's name comes from the term sulip, which translates to establishing. And so she was actually given this name as her debut was supposed to establish her soon-to-be-formed subunit, as she was going to be the one to debut first. Before her debut, Kim Lip had found her dream to be an idol through a dance class she took when she was very young. She attended Yongsan Middle School and then Hanlim Multi-Arts High School. Kim Lip actually secretly applied for Hanlim and got in trouble for doing so once her parents found out. Luckily for her though, she still got to attend even after going behind their backs to apply. Kim Lip is said by HyunJin to be great at swimming, which makes sense as Kim Lip was on her school swimming team for 7 years. How Emily coded of her. Kim Lip, alike to first girl HeeJin, auditioned for various entertainment companies, all to see no progress. Just like everyone else so far, Kim Lip was scouted through social media, and that's how she joined the Loona Project's queue of potential trainees. She trained for a year and was eventually selected to debut with Loona as their 6th member and as our next girl for the month of May. From ViVi passing the torch to Kim Lip, I forgot to mention a new change in Loona's digital layout that some of you may have noticed if you were already a casual listener of the group before watching this video. The white borders were out, and from ViVi onwards, the layout would change to a full photo and a continuation of the Idaru Sonyo font and the girl's name. And this wasn't the only change. The location attribute had been abolished for Kim Lip and every other member going forward. We've only got 2 here, Kim Lip's colour, which is red, and her animal, which is an owl. It's been speculated that the dropping of the location aspect could be due to budget constraints. They hadn't seen the results they wanted with the under-the-radar Loona 1/3 solo releases in the East Asian market, so they had to make sacrifices and eventually pivot into something else. But nothing a little lore can't explain, right? So this is all lore related. In my opinion, similar to how YeoJin became the Wanderer as part of the lore because she had to go to middle school, I have a feeling that the Loona 1/3 girls are on Earth partially because they didn't want to be travelling anymore. But they still did travel, but not as much. But this is just my own personal theory. It's not grounded in truth, I'm just saying. So let's talk about this change and how it ended up saving Loona from a life of obscurity. My guess with why Loona 1/3 could only amass small popularity at the time is because despite their group and solo concepts being right up South Korean fans' alley, Koreans had seen everyone from Girl Generation, A-Pink, Lovelyz, G-Friend, Oh My Girl, LaBoom, and every other cute adjacent girl group of that time who was at the top or trying to make it. This new unit had to be something unheard of, and it more importantly had to comply with the zeitgeist of 2017. At the time of the release on May 23rd, we were right in the middle of the third generation's golden age, where the international marketplace for K-pop was finally being tapped into with full force, and trying to appeal to new Western tastes using two of the most influential genres, hip-hop and R&B, and then mixing it in with a modern, well-regarded concept amongst global listeners. This was a guaranteed way of getting Loona off the ground, and it worked like a charm. For this album, we see an absence of previous producers' monetary, and we see the introduction of excellent singer-songwriter Charlie Taft and Daniel Obi Klein. Both have worked on multiple excellent K-pop songs, my favourite being Automatic by Red Velvet. We also have other producers like Cha Cha Malone, who is basically K-pop's DJ Mustard equivalent. Title debut track Eclipse was met with rave reviews from international fans, as those across the world who once doubted the Loona project at first due to its focus on domestic success, or had simply never heard of them before, came together to praise and share the song with whoever cared to listen. Lucid Pop Reviews writes, Eclipse combines R&B and electronica house into a sort of danceable R&B whose collapsing beat structure and strong synthy chords offer a dreamy alternative to the more dancehall heavy R&B currently popular in the USA. The song is entirely satisfying and I wish it would never end. If the Loona team, or even just Kim Lip, whose delicate and dreamy vocals match extremely well with Klein's style, decide to pursue future collaborations, I think Loona can expect further success and recognition. Eclipse also went on to feature on NASA's official Eclipse playlist made by NASA interns. So, which NASA intern is a fan of Loona? Even with a reduced budget, Eclipse has one of the best music videos in Loona history. Filmed in an abandoned old school, incorporating sound stages and red colouring, Eclipse becomes impressive in another way that was different to the impressive seen within the first unit. Blockberry took the initiative to cut down on spending further with the physical and digital album itself. First of all, there is the infamous album cover photo shoot that looks fancy with Kim Lip's heart lips and sparkling rainbow background, which was in fact an actual sparkling rainbow background that Blockberry had found off of YouTube. I know that using a projector can be like an art in photography, even like projector mapping, right? But the art of projectors and YouTube source backgrounds was very rare in the world of Loona. From the boats, the flowers of Paris and the streets of Tokyo, this album cover and subsequently its contents was a new restrictive take on the creative direction for Loona compared to their extravagant past. All in all, I think that trying to make things less complicated money and practicality wise helped Loona get through their pre-debut project. On the other hand, Kim Lip's rare sophisticated look that many didn't expect from a K-pop girly, mixed in with her performance in this amazing music video singing this amazing song, didn't go unnoticed. In fact, Eclipse had ignited Loona's fanbase, as the song was passed around from girl group fandom to girl group fandom, until eventually the song had brought in a whole new community of global fans. This is when everything started to fall into place for Loona, and this all culminated into what became known as the Stan Loona phenomenon. I think that your average internet user who has most definitely come across the phrase Stan Loona or Stan blank doesn't understand how this phrase came to be or why it was so popular. By the time of Kim Lip's debut, we've already talked about apparent budget cuts and how Loona were often underestimated or overlooked because they were inherently a group from a small company. So the odds of Loona being just as successful as they deserved to be after how much thought, talent and willpower went into Loona was highly unlikely. So when Loona had finally stumbled upon some ounce of respect and recognition from a solo release, fans new and old were doing everything in their power to spread the word. And that's where Stan Loona came from. Stan Loona soon took hold of girl group Stan Twitter, where they would attach the Eclipse music video in order to get you to check out the group. It was all done in a way to help Loona become popular. It's incredible to think that Eclipse was never intended to be Kim Lip's debut song. As Jaden wrote, where else but his blog, we needed a pop tune track, a 180-degree turn from the earlier members' tracks. Well, I like finding evidence that supports my theory. And then suddenly the composer notified us that we could not use their song. It was for a sad reason, but we had no time to grieve, so we started over completely. The song that we put together in a rush back then was what came out into the world as Eclipse, Producers Obi Klein and Charlie Taft saved us. Ironically, Kim Lip had basically become girl group stan Twitter It Girl of the Month. Due to Kim Lip's really cool stage name, they gave her a nickname. Now old Loona slang, Kimberly Lippington was given to Kim Lip out of love. I always thought it had something to do with London Tipton, but in the words of Kim Lip Archive, it started out as a fandom joke, like Kimberly Lipstick or Kim Lipton. But if I remember correctly, a fan site called her Kimberly Lippington at a fan sign and it just stuck. Tell me why Urban Dictionary says a member of the girl group Loona, part of the subunit Orai Circle, as a Korean adoptee to Britain, her adoptive parents took some liberty on her name, blah 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 blah. It's like this is HeeJin's half Russian all over again. Kim Lip bagged an issue of Sassy China, where she graced the cover with some of the photos taken for her self-titled single, while also featuring in a few pages for an interview. For the B-side of Eclipse, we get the Cha Cha Malone produced track Twilight, written by Taesung and Lee Jian. Twilight has no collaboration, confirming that when a new unit would start, a previous last revealed member from another unit wouldn't feature on the next girl's single that would be first debuted for the next unit. In my opinion, I've never thought much about Twilight. I just came for Eclipse and then left, basically. I think in the B-side department, excluding I'll Be There and The Carol, Jaden still needed to work on his selection choices, and I'm not saying Twilight is bad. I think again in Rinny's review of the single, they sum up my feelings towards Twilight the best. Twilight is not worse than Eclipse by any means. It is still good, but here's the catch, Eclipse is more memorable. Twilight doesn't have a hook to keep us humming. Still a good track again with a mix of R&B and pop. It fell short though, and it's not my fault because Eclipse had a very strong first impression for me. Throwing it back to JinSoul.
What? Am I supposed to twerk?
JinSoul made her debut right after Kim Lip, as fans had long anticipated her debut after she was hinted at in ViVi's Everyday I Need You. JinSoul is from the Dongdaemun district of Seoul, and she was born in 1997 on June the 13th, making her 21 when she debuted. When JinSoul was a child, she desperately wanted glasses, so she watched the TV up close in order to ruin her eyesight so she could get prescription glasses. HeeJin related to this anecdote saying, "If only we had known about glasses without lenses." JinSoul had many nerdy hobbies like enjoying maths and building Gundam plastic models. In middle school, she won a silver prize at the plastic model assembly competition. After leaving middle school and attending Wookyung Girls High School, she had a glow up as she stopped wearing glasses, changed her hair and lost some weight. This is in JinSoul's words, by the way. I'm not saying to lose weight is a glow up, I'm just mentioning. JinSoul was so peng now that a boy who used to bully her in middle school was now asking her for her phone number when she was in high school, not even realizing that it was her from middle school. JinSoul was interested in furthering her education through maths, but ultimately she decided she was more interested in arts with guidance from her mum. At first, JinSoul's parents didn't believe she was being serious about her dreams to make it as a singer. In JinSoul's words, "I told them I wanted to sing and that I could do it, but they said that was just talk and they asked me to sing on the spot." She attended the Kookjae University of Arts and graduated from the Department of Practical Music. JinSoul learned how to play the piano for a decade, and she soon honed her dancing and singing skills by going to academies. Pretty much akin to all Loona members who were selected, JinSoul was another diamond in the rough with talent and star potential, but was unnoticed by the bigger K-pop companies despite auditioning for them. She was once a DSP media trainee, and to be real, I don't know what's a worse of fate, ending up in DSP Media or being under Blockberry Creative. JinSoul has a spectacular voice. She loves a good run, which both fans and Loona members love to imitate and praise as well. Even with JinSoul improving in her dancing by attending academies as she had focused all her time on singing, apparently before her debut she was severely struggling at dancing, so much so that her solo song had no dance practice uploaded because of her lack of skill. Some speculated that JinSoul debuting after Kim Lip was more to do with JinSoul needing more dance training or that she just wasn't ready. I think that it could be a mixture of both reasons, the reasoning to start the new project off with the strongest single and JinSoul needing more time to prepare. Just like Kim Lip, JinSoul's hair was dyed bleach blonde. This was to coordinate the upcoming unit to a certain extent. Now I can't find a source for this, but this is my memory, so if it's wrong then feel free to tell me, but I remember that JinSoul at first felt like she couldn't change her hair from blonde for a little while after the pre-debut era because she sadly felt that fans wouldn't notice her as much without it. Fans assured JinSoul that they were a fan of her with or without blonde hair and felt sad that she had tied her worth as a Loona member to her blonde hair. When a fan told JinSoul that she was joining the lineup of the funniest members, JinSoul replied explaining that she's actually really funny, it's just that her humour isn't suitable for broadcast, which raises so many questions. In all honesty, think about how many idols are like really funny when they aren't being forced to like have that family friendly image in the public eye. Like, K-pop is so unserious, even smoking could get you cancelled, like what is this? So I think that all of Loona and so many other groups would be hilarious in that aspect. Like, I can just imagine them like off camera just like being real and just being really funny, but that's just me. On June 26th, we get JinSoul's debut single, Singing in the Rain. Her colour is confirmed to be blue and her animal is a blue betterfish. She actually had dual colours, blue and black, making her the first member to have two colours. Singing in the Rain is pure future bass, which is a form of EDM that combines trap, dubstep and elements of hip-hop to create a form of synth pop. Future bass, house and also tropical house had arrived in K-pop nearing the mid-2010s. Back then, these genres were very mainstream and standard sounding as white EDM artists had taken all the flavour out of them to get hits. But I think in K-pop these genres came off as more creative as companies chose the better songs from the genre than what we saw in the Western music charts. Singing in the Rain was no exception, as JinSoul's vocals, the bridge and the drop all come together to create an engaging listening experience. There is also a second version of Singing in the Rain that featured HeeJin rapping. Apparently Kim Lip was supposed to do this, but HeeJin's version was chosen instead. The song was written by Monotree and produced by Daniel Caesar. And am I the only person who for years thought that Daniel Caesar was an on and off K-pop producer? Baby Rexha, Ariana Grande and now Nile Rodgers have credits on K-pop songs, so don't look at me like I'm crazy. It's only now that I'm making this video that I looked into who Daniel Caesar was and I clocked that it's actually not him. Yes, Daniel Caesar is a white Swedish man, part of the production duo Caesar and Louis. Other production duo on Singing in the Rain is Cage, formed of Niles Pontus Peterson and Carl Oscar Julius Gummerson, who also done the arrangement. For JinSoul's album cover, we get a fan favourite Loona outfit at the time. JinSoul's blue cap and crop top with her ripped jeans and cowboy belt. Singing in the Rain follows stylistically in the steps of Eclipse music video wise, and we see a connection formed in their visual content that we saw less in our previous unit, where everyone felt much more separated and individualised. We also get to see a preview of the unit's signature outfits, which consists of a bow, a white shirt and a tennis skirt and some trainers. It's supposed to be school uniform but filled in with individualised colours. For the B-side we get our now blonde-haired twins, Kim Lip and JinSoul, who collaborate on the song Love Letter. The title track of supporting track Love Letter, performed by JinSoul and Kim Lip, sounds like a ballad number, but it actually is a track full of groove, created from the clash of the two girls with their unique and distinct styles. Love Letter is definitely a big improvement from the previous Loona 1/3 B-sides. It's definitely in the I'll Be There tier of excellence in my opinion. While I love JinSoul's single and most fans today do, there are your rare fans who just didn't like the genre of future bass, similar to how they didn't like that jazz thing HeeJin had going on, but this was all down to personal taste. What was more important was how Loona had showcased a variety of skill and music genre, which elevated the project as more experimental than it was once marketed as. And BBC weren't done experimenting with their direction of Loona, because they wanted to experiment with something that wasn't exactly music, and that was web drama TV production. Yes, I had to go and be this extra and make a whole wall for Woomanna, which isn't that much compared to what you're going to see later with the Blood Girl wall. The Loona members so far had little acting experience, or even just no acting experience. A year after HyunJin's debut in Loona, she had starred in a Ladies Code music video, which was just her sitting on a bus crying on cue for like 3 minutes. A few years later as well, HeeJin became a music video lead for other artists. She starred as the love interest for Din and Min Kyung-hoon's music video for I Should Not Have Loved You, and Ben's music video for Bad. But all in all, this doesn't really qualify as acting in the traditional sense, does it? I mean, Loona had a series where they would read poems on their YouTube channel. I mean, that has to count for something, right? After being dragged into their own web drama TV show, the Loona members tried their best at acting. The strongest actor being HaSeul, and the weakest being HeeJin. Okay, remember that HeeJin being the weakest doesn't mean she still is weak at acting, we don't know. This was now 7 years ago, and she was only like 16. Woomanna, or its English title First Love Story, was unveiled to fans in late June of 2017. JinSoul's debut month. Woomanna only includes the first 2 subunits, and it has around 3 seasons. The way the last unit, like, they escaped. My overall thoughts on First Love Story is that it's better than other web K-drama adjacents that K-pop groups do. Like, honestly, compared to EXO Next Door, it's kind of a masterpiece. Looking back, yeah, there are some moments that just make you cringe, but to be fair, Woomanna uses tropes of the K-drama genre, and in general K-dramas can be a bit too overacted and silly, but these are the reasons why we love a K-drama. I think if you want to watch Woomanna for like a casual romantic drama, you can, but if you don't like cheesy things, then Woomanna is not really for you. I will say that I like that it doesn't dumb down certain things to appeal to a certain delusional audience that idol culture draws in. It seems a bit more realistic, I suppose. However, I did think it was a bit puzzling that the drama had to be centered around some guy. The guy in question being a character by the name of HaSeul. He is right here. Maybe this is because I don't like men that much, but I kind of hate this setup. Overall, the idea of a girl group playing themselves for a drama miniseries isn't bad. It has so much potential actually, especially for Loona, where the aspect of storytelling comes naturally. Loona were already a story-driven group, but making the whole plot of the drama revolve around men and Loona's relationship to these men, these like random college boys, it just makes the show very bland and at times hard to watch. The most compelling scenes to me are when the girls are chatting in a very realistic setting about daily life. And the worst scenes are when they are acting out this very overdone fanfiction-esque fairy tale about men who have become the focus of this world that's supposed to be their world. I feel like for a Loona web series, I would have loved to see Loona just be a group of friends hanging out, you know? Maybe like a 16 vibe, if you guys remember that show. And considering the vast majority of the group were teenagers or just entering adulthood at this point, you know, it makes more sense. If I was running things, I would have kept the college setting and the boyfriends, but I would make Loona the centre of their own story, not some side character, one-dimensional female love interest. That, and I would have let Loona themselves contribute to their own web series. I mean, these girls are funny and interesting people with so many stories and experiences to tell about their lives at this point. Why not let them share that? Well, it's obvious because of course Woomanna was all about attention, engagement and money. The stories didn't really matter as long as it had some like relatable titles that would get people clicking. And so it had to have stereotypical plot lines that weren't too challenging or else it would drive people away. It needed to be simple and marketable to achieve its goal. Today, the Loona members cringe at their performances in the drama, while also cringing at the drama itself. Woomanna itself follows an eventful college K-drama storyline, which is closer to like a slice of life romantic drama mostly. The plot centers around the male lead HaSeul and the girls' relationships to him. HaSeul is played by another future member of Only One Of, which at this point is 8 × 8 × 8. as he was a Blockberry trainee, 8x8x8. So let's get into the story. So here we have our characters: ViVi, HaSeul, HeeJin, YeoJin, Kimlip, Choerry, JinSoul, and YyeoJin. And that is Ilhan? I'm sorry, I don't remember the men. And of course this is HaSeul. I don't remember his name. I'm sorry, he's relevant later. So the series starts with HyunJin, in which we learn of her crush on HaSeul and who she is. HyunJin is a freshman majoring in Occidental painting. Alright, she's an artist. Okay, HyunJin. That is so specific. So HaSeul is in her class, he's popular and he's majoring in architecture. And she found him on Facebook. Now, who uses Facebook? I don't know, not me. HaSeul is very much a YN blank canvas for, I suppose, like male fans, maybe? Although he does seem very real compared to other YN blank canvases. He's just some well-liked guy that all the girls like and they all chat about him, and he doesn't know about that, but he's like popular, you know. We've all known a guy like that. And that's kind of it for HaSeul's characterization. So HyunJin gets HaSeul's number in a very awkwardly acted out scene for a school project. Then we are introduced to HaSeul's character. I like that they have little flowers in her hair. Then we are introduced to HaSeul's character. And not gonna lie, HaSeul kind of ate this role. HaSeul is basically like the girl stuck in the friend zone. She's HaSeul's childhood bestie. I guess because YyeoJin wouldn't fit in the college setting, she's just like HaSeul's little sister. Who's right, I'm sorry, it's a bit dark, but that's the screenshot I got. And YyeoJin is kind of like in the background, like she appears sometimes, she has like a little plot, but not that much. HyunJin drops some of her art supplies and HaSeul helps her pick them up. Then she bumps into Kimlip, who is being confessed to. Look at Kimlip. This is like Kimlip's first appearance as well. And HyunJin's just standing there like a bit jealous. Then there's this weird animation that has her thinking of wanting children. And then this like sperm animation. Did anyone like notice that? And she's going, oh, I'm too shy to confess. Whatever. So HaSeul and HyunJin pair up for whatever class they're in. I'm sorry, I don't care. It's not that relevant anyway. Then HyunJin discovers HaSeul has a girlfriend. Ooh. And HyunJin presumes that it's HaSeul because HaSeul is like bodying this pick me written by a man role. HaSeul and HaSeul are drinking. We get more development of their like friendship together, whatever. Then we get introduced to HaSeul's girlfriend HeeJin. So not HaSeul, but HeeJin. So that's like three. Seriously, what man made this? HeeJin and Kimlip go out with their boyfriends and their friends after, I don't know, a concert. So that's why I put Kimlip in this side. They're friends, apparently. It's like a busking event or something. Then we get a flashback to their school years where HaSeul and HeeJin first met. And HeeJin is wearing like the Love and Live attire, you know. Blockberry were trying to cut costs and styling. Then we get this Oscar-worthy scene.
야, 너 왜 그래?
Now, even though HyunJin knows HaSeul has a girlfriend, she comes into class early to see him alone. Imagine waking up earlier for school and sitting in an empty classroom like a loser to see somebody else's boyfriend. I mean, just so ridiculous. Again, what man wrote this? Like, just me thinking about, like, well, back in school, I literally used to wake up an hour earlier to do my makeup. So imagine waking up another hour earlier just to go to an empty classroom. I can't even imagine it, really. It's just so silly. HyunJin is then spotted hiding behind a tree while HaSeul is talking to HeeJin. Then we get to meet my favourite character of this whole entire series, ViVi. ViVi works at the bar, which links her to the other characters as they go to the bar. She works out quite a lot. ViVi, we love you. And speaking of this, you can kind of tell that HeeJin and HyunJin have this like I'm still in high school energy, because in real life they were still in high school. Meanwhile, HaSeul, Kimlip and ViVi pull off this like mature energy as expected from a college drama, because they were like in their early 20s or late teenage years at this point. I wonder if the writers of this drama struggled to compensate for the girls' ages. YeoJin was more middle school, HaSeul was more college, and HeeJin was more high school. I don't know why they settled on college when high school would have made more sense. I think the older girls could have pulled off high school, but the younger girls definitely struggled to like pull off college. It's like they did the Riverdale or Euphoria in reverse. Instead of casting almost 30-year-olds as teenagers, they casted teenagers as 20-year-olds. So HyunJin is jealous of HeeJin, which, wow, HyunJin's jealous of everyone at this point. Well, 2 people, but I mean, pick a struggle, HyunJin. HeeJin and HaSeul reminisce about their past in high school. Wow, it's almost like they should have just set the show in high school. Then HeeJin is told she should do main vocals for a song they're working on in the music department. HaSeul reiterates to HeeJin not to worry about HaSeul because she's not a woman to him, like... So he's basically like, I don't like HaSeul. She's just some girl. Poor HaSeul. All that pick-meing and that's what she gets. But HaSeul is going to be alright because in the end she's paired up with a new character called Junghoon, who is right here. So there we have it. And just to give a quick rundown, we have HaSeul likes HaSeul, but he don't like her because she's just some girl from primary school or something. And then HeeJin is going out with HaSeul. HyunJin likes HaSeul, but HaSeul like doesn't even know about her, like she's just some girl as well. So, and then now, but you know, tides are changing. Is that the phrase? But yeah, but now HaSeul was like, I'm gonna date someone else. Like, you know what? Forget about HaSeul. I'm not some girl. So HaSeul and Junghoon start dating eventually across the series. HaSeul was severed from the love square. Yeah, this is like a square, isn't it? Well, I should have formulated it like a square, but I wanted it to be like a triangle, but I realised, I don't know, that kind of wouldn't work. She escaped pick-me-dom. Great character development for HaSeul there. Then, out of the blue, like suddenly, HaSeul is leaving for the army, and HaSeul says she should tell HeeJin. Well, that was a plot twist. HyunJin and ViVi then go on an undercover mission for Junghoon. Just a clock. He's going out with HaSeul. I mean, reading this back, I'm like, wow. What even was this? So yeah, so ViVi likes Junghoon, and then HyunJin is like, oh, let's go look around for him. And then she's like, HaSeul? Junghoon and HaSeul going out. ViVi is just like a bit taken aback because she likes Junghoon, okay. HaSeul gets along well with ViVi and says that they should be besties. ViVi hesitantly says yes. She's like, HaSeul mistakes ViVi and HyunJin as being together, and ViVi tells her that this isn't true. And I like this moment because it doesn't read like over the top like queer bait fan service. It just seems like more of like a casual mistake. It seemed grounded in reality to me. It's funny how in the comments of these episodes people are shipping the girls with each other. Yeah, this was the best we were gonna get. This drama really was too gay for the demographic they were trying to sell it to. HeeJin sees HyunJin giving HaSeul a gift. Gag. And then HeeJin's just like, huh? Who is this girl? HyunJin at this point, just call her like HyunJin Grande, because what is this behaviour? So when HeeJin appears, as I said, she's just like, I'm sorry, what the fuck is going on? So that's drama. Drama mama. HaSeul then puts HyunJin in her place. Yeah, HyunJin, you knew better. Boa, you're better than this. Then HeeJin is late for work, then discovers from Kimlip that HaSeul's joining the army. Then we get this romantic drama staple of running at the train station are so original. Then it's all like so dramatic. HeeJin and HaSeul break up. You know, that was season 2's dramatic conclusion, everyone. But moving into season 3, we get more into the OEC girls and their first love story here. And you will soon find out who the OEC girls are. I'm sorry, I wrote that down not realising that we hadn't got there yet. Okay, we're getting there. So JinSoul and Kim Lip are on set, also known as some random practice room in the Blockberry building. They're at like a dance practice while some guy is like, wow, she's so cute. Then it's revealed he's JinSoul's boyfriend. His name is Doa. He didn't have a picture. I couldn't be asked to print him out, you know. And please look at Kim Lip at the back. She is like every female fan who watched Woomanna. JinSoul is in high school. I think this scene is supposed to show us that her boyfriend saved her from being bullied. But these like ill-jins, as they're named in Korea, and their insults are just too funny. With the main girl of the clique going, hey, you look like a girl from a nice rich family. But because it's not forceful enough, it's kind of giving, in school I was bullied because I was so prissy, you know that meme? Then Kim Lip's boyfriend breaks up with her. His name was YYXY, you know, just making up men at this point. Things with Doa and JinSoul start to go wrong as she sees him with other girls. He seems very shady, like. Then he stood JinSoul up on their 6th anniversary, so she leaves him and then starts going out with this guy, like this other guy called Cuban. Throughout season 3, we are introduced to a trainee named Choerry. I guess at this point, like, they got a bit too lazy and now this show has like K-pop elements to it now. Then there are these like other girls who are just standing up to the side like, oh, this girl don't know what she's doing, or whatever they're talking about. Choerry, who was a dancer, you know, she's going through all this turmoil. Then she discovers someone has been leaving notes in her locker. Her and the other girls at the dance studio discover it's this guy called HyeJin, and Choerry and him start dating. Wow, wasn't that so interesting? And this all leads into our next girl, Choerry. In July of 2017, we are introduced to our 8th girl, Choerry, who was born in 2001 on June 4th. Her real name is Choerry, which always drew in cute comparisons to Red Velvet's Yery, whose name is also Kim Yerin. At the age of 7, Choerry was already appearing on TV, making herself known on MBC's Happy Time Fantastic Mates. She has 2 younger sisters and she grew up in Seoul. She also has an adorable dog named Lucky. At first, Choerry's parents didn't like the idea of her becoming a singer, but by the time of her debut in Loona, they gave her their full support. Attending Sungshin Girls High School, Choerry participated in a vocal contest and then got casted for an audition at Blockberry to become a Loona Project trainee. She had trained for around a year before publicly being announced to join Loona. Choerry's solo title track was called Love Cherry Motion, fittingly referencing her stage name to an extent. Love Cherry Motion is a dance pop tune blasting through hot summer, demonstrating Choerry's juicy charm. The love spell Love Cherry Motion is produced with the opposing qualities of a refreshingly explosive chorus and ethnic break beats to create its own sense of style in finesse. The song was produced and written by Olipop, Monetary, Hayley Atkin and Kanata Okajima. And it's basically an upbeat pop song that has a jaw-dropping switch up in the middle with a big drop, while Choerry goes imagine. Love Cherry Motion is accompanied by a purple-filled music video, as Choerry's colour is purple and her animal was a fruit bat. When hearing about Choerry's animal, JinSoul and the other members were a bit surprised as they perceived it to be not very girl group-like, but they later on realised that it made sense in the grand scheme of the Loonaverse. Choerry was the second member to be given a secondary colour, white, and the first member to be given a representative fruit. Of course, as you can guess, it was Choerry. The music video was shot in Jeju Island in South Korea, as Loona weren't shooting a different location for each and every member as we've been over. The single's B-side Puzzle featured JinSoul, and it was produced by Charlie Taft and Daniel Obi Klein again, who had worked on Eclipse prior to its release. Puzzle is an R&B pop song, and it's also one of my favourite Loona single B-sides. Puzzle can be a bit divisive amongst Loona listeners, and I've never really understood why or how anyone could dislike Puzzle. My hypothesis is that some white listeners of pop music just don't get it, or maybe they just don't have the ear for it, maybe? I don't know, because this is not adding up to me. Interestingly enough, Puzzle has no music video like the previous B-sides we got. I guess this is another sign of their budget restraints. The lyrics of Love Cherry Motion were scrutinised by Korean fans, who believed the lyrics to be sexual and in turn sexualising Choerry. Choerry was 16 at the time of her solo debut, and fans were irritated with Blockberry for giving her such a song as she was a minor. I think that international fans came to overlook the content of the lyrics because reading them in English, the innuendo seems quite vague in my opinion. But I think for Korean fans, the lyrics had more of an explicit meaning. Even then, as someone who didn't know Korean at all, you could kind of pick up on some sort of vibe with the way the song was composed. I agree with Rinny's review again. The moan-like whispers concern me to death, considering the fact that Choerry is still a minor, 16 years old. Such a thought put me in an awkward situation. Sigh. Honestly, this song could have been better if they dropped those parts and replaced them with normal vocals or simply omitted it. The situation developed into something quite serious, as Korean fans planned on boycotting Choerry's individual fan signs in order to denounce Blockberry's creative direction. The boycott of Choerry's solo was actually born from an amalgamation of problems Korean fans were having with Jaden's uneasy creative direction while representing minors, Blockberry's new direction for Loona, and the surrounding fan base that had been cultivated because of it. Debuting minors in Loona was mostly done, in my opinion, so the members would still be very young when they debuted as a full group. But the cost of this would be having to restrict the creative direction of a solo single to be more conscious of things like sexual exploitation. But Blockberry and Jaden seem to care less and less about this as the debuts continued until Korean fans had finally snapped. One of the biggest Kimlip fan sites of the time sent in a document to Blockberry protesting the weird sexualization of the members. The first issue was YeoJin's music video, which had this weird shot of YeoJin's feet playing the piano, which was seen as unnecessary and a bit fetishy. The next was Kimlip's debut single, which was also criticised by Korean fans for being too sexual. In fact, it was more explicitly sexual than Choerry's single, but this seemed to go under the radar in comparison because Kimlip was 19. Korean fans further brought up the issue that the girls seemed to be recorded from inappropriate angles too. Then there were the advertisements the entire group were doing in May during Kimlip's debut month for the Korean mobile game Law of Creation, and this caused further controversy. The Law of Creation advertisements produced a lot of famous Loona memes back in the day, and if you were part of the fandom, HaSeul holding two guns, ViVi and HeeJin with swords, and YeoJin with a gun were one of the fandom's biggest in-jokes. However, excluding these 4 iconic moments they gave us as part of their ad, I could see a little bit of why Korean fans were concerned. Watching then 14-year-old YeoJin be transformed into this anime girl is a little startling, I'm not gonna lie. There was also a lot of ViVi foot content in these ads for some bizarre reason, which I can see why Korean fans might have viewed that as catering to the men, I guess, who would be interested in this app through foot fetish content. Hold on, are the Loona poems and this ad like the same? But not only were Korean fans sick of Blockberry's brazen approach to protecting the underage members of Loona from sexualization, they were fed up of Blockberry's accommodation of Loona's new international fanbase. While K-pop has enjoyed a passionate worldwide fandom which has helped a lot of groups who were unnoticed or unsuccessful in Korea, Korean K-pop fans tend to be a bit possessive over their favourite K-pop groups, and even at times a little bit nationalistic. They call us eye roaches or international cockroaches because they dislike our presence that much. But as K-pop entertainment companies discovered that so much money could be made from either Western or global success, companies weren't going to pass up on this opportunity no matter how much Korean fans objected. This international versus domestic divide that was now forming within the Loona fandom exists in pretty much all fandoms to a degree. Korean fans of TWICE and NCT have both boycotted or lashed out against their faves for promoting in Western countries, with them complaining to their labels as Korean fans they are being ignored. Things were made worse for Loona in this instance, as Blockberry were first intent on having a strong domestic approach to Loona. Korean fans were under the presumption that Loona was made for them to enjoy. So now that Blockberry had all of a sudden changed their mind and wanted Loona to have some global appeal, they were really upset. It wasn't only the change in concept from cute domestic appealing to girl crush international appealing, it was also Blockberry's change in how they ran their social media. Loona's account would use English in their captions, and to include international fans more, they held a meme contest, or a Mimi contest, in July, Choerry's debut month. These are some of the winners of the competition if you were curious. Not only was the English usage in their tweets irritating to Loona's small cult following in Korea, but there was also the fact that international fans were using Korean fan site content within their Mimi contest entries, and Korean fan sites get very upset when you take their photos and edit them in general. It was all these instances where Blockberry were seemingly putting our needs and tastes as global fans over theirs that egged on the boycott, as well as the exploitation of Choerry through her debut song Love Cherry Motion. Choerry's solo single is said to have sold abysmally at the time of its release. This was because even though Loona's global fandom was growing, this hadn't reflected in physical sales, where domestic fans still were the predominant buyers of the time. Choerry's fan sign event arrived, and less than 10 people were in attendance due to the boycott. Although I can partially understand Korean fans' reasoning for boycotting, as Blockberry were debuting minors and not thinking of the harm that could come from that. I also think it was really upsetting that Choerry had to take the fall for everything. But at the same time, you lot were being so petty about the international focus, like come on, get over it. She was a young teenage girl who was debuting for the first time, and yet her fan sign and album was abandoned. Choerry was put in a difficult situation because of staff, and none of this was her fault. And I just want to add on that international fans love to generalize Korean fans. It's either you believe Korean fans were boycotting because they hated the YYXY, or they were boycotting because of the sexualization of Choerry. And in my opinion, it can be both. I think there were some Korean fans upset about the sexualization, there were some upset about the new focus to the international fandom. Like, the Korean fandom isn't a monolith, they all have different opinions on different things. Like, similar to international fans, like, we all have different opinions and different sides. So it's like, I don't understand why we have to be like it was either one or the other, because I think it was both. I think they were upset about both reasons, or some sides were more upset about one thing or the other. So just to add that. Not really listening to the criticisms of Korean fans, Blockberry kept going down their new path of embracing global fame for Loona. The three-member unit Odd Eye Circle would be debuting in September, formed of our girls Kim Lip, JinSoul and Choerry. Odd Eye Circle was the unit that ViVi was supposedly going to be a part of before YeoJin dropped out of 1/3, which would have made every Loona subunit have an equal amount of 4 members. I think that ViVi being in 1/3 made so much more sense than her being in Odd Eye Circle. That, and I wonder if we even would have gotten Odd Eye Circle if it wasn't actually a circle but a square. Wait, ViVi probably would have taken someone else's place, or like someone else would have taken ViVi's place, and it still would have been Odd Eye Circle. It probably wouldn't have been a square. And also, just to say, this is all speculation again, like the whole thing with Odd Eye, YeoJin, 1/3, as I said before, this is all just fan theory. We don't know for sure if ViVi was going to be in Odd Eye Circle or vice versa. This is just the most popular theory and what most people believe, but Blockberry's never said this, so I'm just saying. Odd, the word, is supposed to represent overlapping moons, which is seen in the group's logo design. Odd Eye Circle was given partially a different visual and music direction to Loona 1/3. I say partially because the girl crush influence is apparent, but not apparent enough to be incompatible with 1/3, or in such a way that Loona units would have no cohesion in sound from one to another. During the Odd Eye Circle development stages, Kim Lip believed that the group was intended to have a band concept and the members would play instruments, like an AOA Black vibe maybe. Kim Lip said in a live stream, "The trainees each had an instrument, piano, guitar, bass, drum, but I was the only bassist, so I went to lessons alone. Lots of people went to piano or drum lessons together." Kim Lip thought that Choerry and JinSoul would play the piano and HyunJin would play the drums. I guess HyunJin being there would play into the Loonaverse. Why is it that years later I kind of wish I knew what that version of Odd Eye Circle sounded like, and why should it have sounded like Single Girl by Lush? It's not too late, I'd like to hear it. Anyways, the band concept was scrapped, and Odd Eye Circle were a conventional girl group instead. For their first album, Mix and Match, the unit established itself as a true mixture of each girl's solo. Mix and Match really was a mix and match, as it combined Kim Lip's R&B sound and JinSoul and Choerry's electronic sound. We start the album off with Odd, that expresses oddness and identity. The title track, Girlfriend, was the second song after Kim Lip's eclipse to give Loona recognition and some popularity. Girlfriend was produced by Olipop and Haley Aitken, who are the same producers who worked on Love Cherry Motion, and the Girlfriend music video was shot in LA. Girlfriend kind of became a bit of a meme with how much people loved it and were itching to make everything about Girlfriend because it was just that good. There was also an in-fandom joke that Loona were Korea's Destiny's Child, which was always a great compliment. The success of Girlfriend in international fan spaces had a lot to do with Odd Eye Circle utilising Girl Crush, but not in an expected way. K-pop companies often have this misconception that we all love Girl Crush that's like hard-hitting and intense. It might be true for some girl groups like Dreamcatcher or Everglow, but on the other hand, international fans do love a fun, colourful concept, even if they don't respond the same way to a cute concept. When it came to the fashion of the mix and match era, we got to see all three girls wear their individual colour-based school uniforms. These outfits became not only a staple of Odd Eye Circle, but one of Loona's most recognisable costumes. Fans have practically worn the red, blue and purple bow and school skirt combination to death over the years, dressing up as Odd Eye Circle for concerts, dance performances and Halloweens. So much so that I thought it would be too stereotypical for me to wear their uniform, and opted to wear an outfit for this segment that looked a lot more like another one of their iconic moments. As you can also notice, Kim Lip and JinSoul's blonde hair matches while Choerry is left with brown hair, which kind of turns Choerry into the centre of the unit as she's always standing in the middle so their blonde hair can orbit her. For Girlfriend music show appearances, we get a few more stages than what 1/3 got. We have M Countdown, Inkigayo, the show. Comparing Odd Eye's cute blend of street fashion seen within the pages of their album to the live performances of Girlfriend, you can tell that the styling wasn't as good as it could have been. They go from too plain for the song they're singing and then just weird. Weird not in a good way, but just bad. Like, these silk pencil shaving fits in their representative colours, they just look silly. I can't actually look at them in these outfits because all I can think of is that Fromis tweet. Attending music shows more frequently more than the last unit, we get to see Loona integrate themselves with the rest of the K-pop industry. Well, to mixed results. Also, Loona 1/3 met Psy at one point. Look at this relic of the past. There was a lot of fanfare around OEC promoting during Twice's Likey, which meant that they got to greet Twice and give them their mix and match album. Behind the stage at music shows, it's common courtesy for upcoming rookie groups to give senior artists their physical album. It's a display of respect and a subtle way of self-promotion. But what usually happens with these albums given out to other artists at these music shows is that they end up in that group's company building or in their manager's office, never to be listened to. To get rid of all the albums collected from this practice, staff end up selling the albums, which can be quite embarrassing when the group who gave you the album signed the album specially for you. International Loona fan Enzo Favarasso discovered one of Loona's mix and match albums being sold, which was signed, and asked a community of fans what the top said in Korean. It read, "To April Sunbenim. When we first met you, we were really surprised because you're all very pretty," meaning that a member of April's staff had sold off the album specifically signed for April. It's the reality of the industry, but it's still very sad. In the next move after Girlfriend music promotions, we would receive a very special single. On the Mix and Match album, there was a song produced by G Hye of Monetary called Lunatic. Lunatic, spelt with the Loona, created anticipation as to what Loona's official fandom name would be, with many believing that Lunatic was it. For a while, fans went by Lunatic. However, they were worried a little bit about what would happen if Blockberry really chose Lunatic. Lunatic wasn't just your average fandom name like Lovertix or Exotix. It was a play on the word lunatic, meaning that if Lunastans were to get into a fan war, we would look ridiculous because we would literally be lunatics. But beside the fandom name discourse, there was the actual release of the song Lunatic in the English language. Well, would you look at us? There's nothing stopping us eye-roaches now. As described by Blockberry, the title track is in the style of dream pop, which has almost never been done in Korea to satisfy both international and local fans. Listeners would feel as if they are in a roller coaster ride, for a lot of work has been put into making the sound. Hye was reportedly instructed by Jaden to make a song similar to Grimes, and you can hear the similarities in Grimes' delivery and sound in OEC's Lunatic. I think that this was one of Jaden's strong points as a creative director because he had a genuine knowledge of diverse genres that he wanted Loona to reflect, rather than other companies who would call on producers to remake the boring likes of Marshmello or whatever was playing on European and American radio. Loona's ongoing closeness to music more are not found in the indie pop world helped the group branch out their fanbase way outside the bounds of those who were already interested in K-pop. Odd Eye as a whole had really sowed the seeds for Loona's widespread online cult fandom because of this. Odd Eye Circle in particular gained a new audience of pop music listeners. Listeners who had either shown no interest in K-pop in the first place or had turned their noses up at the genre, and now they were all of a sudden showing interest in Loona. Mix and Match charted on the overall iTunes album charts, placing at 12, being the only other Korean group besides BTS. The album charted in different countries individually too, with it charting in the US, Brazil, Canada, Argentina and the UK. Fans have been torn throughout the years whether they liked Lunatic or whether they hated it. Personally, I think it was a nice gift for the international fans, and I'll take what I can get from a domestic group who was at first averse to this kind of thing. As the Mix and Match era drew to a close, it was time for their repackage that will be dropping in late October. We mixed and we matched, and now we maxed and we matched. It's here we get a full collection of OEC tracks from the debut album and a few new ones. We start our Ad, which was featured in the teaser for the group. Then we get a new song, Uncover, which is a sparse R&B song that is still a fan favourite for a lot of fans of Loona to this day. Chaotic and Starlight, that were from the previous album, that were also beloved by fans for its fusion of R&B and pop. And then the album closes on Odd Front, a remix of Girlfriend that combines the previous album's intro Odd with Girlfriend. Sweet Crazy Love is the title track of the album and is produced by Charlie Taft, G Hye, Daniel Kim and Thomas. When discussing the process of producing Sweet Crazy Love, Charlie Taft recalls, "The original title was called Pillow Fight. It was about a sleepover and a pillow fight and having fun with your girlfriends. It was very cutesy, teenage, first love. It was completely different from the finished song." Sweet Crazy Love is another fondly looked back upon title track of Loona's, and at the time they had received further critical acclaim and attention during its release. The music video for the song utilises a beautiful mixture of black and white and the girls' representative colours, and this made it one of Loona's most memorable music videos. Odd Eye Circle done an interview with Dazed UK, and they received positive coverage from a Billboard article listing the best K-pop songs of 2017. Sweet Crazy Love ranked at 12 out of 20, as they wrote, "Loona is already disrupting K-pop norms, and they haven't even formally debuted yet. Orchestral meets electronic on a propulsive beat set to galloping percussion. The trio makes saccharine sounds, eccentric as their sweet soprano ranges twist and turn on R&B style vocal runs. It's like a fairy tale how this relatively small group's unique pre-debut promotions have made them a cult favourite amongst international K-pop fans. Soon enough, this mysterious girl group will be making lunatics of us all." OEC promoted the song on various music shows yet again, including Show Champion, Countdown, Simply K-pop and Inkigayo. The group also does a dance fan cam for Tong Tong TV. We get a variety of black and white looks which are like Girlfriend era but more classy. The group also did some live streams together. One of the most famous moments from their live streams was when JinSoul slammed her head hard on the table after they were all asked to do some aegyo, while Kim Lip and Choerry just sat to the side like dumbfounded. Another moment was when Choerry mixed up Girlfriend with her own solo song as she goes A to Z over and over again, while JinSoul and Kim Lip look less than impressed. OEC go on Fact in Star, the same show that 1/3 had been on during their promotions, to showcase their personality to fans. They also hold a few more fan signs, with one standout fan sign including our lost member ViVi. She appears in the fan sign twinning with the other members. As much as I can say both debut album Mix and Match and Max and Match was iconic in terms of where it sits in Loona's history, I do have to say it has many problems that we as fans have yet to have a proper discussion about as the years have passed. I've already told you guys that Choerry was 16 at the time of her debut and that her solo single Love Cherry Motion was boycotted by Korean fans partly because of how they perceived the song to be too sexual for her age. And if Love Cherry Motion was too sexual, then HyunJin was crossing even more boundaries. The lyrics of Sweet Crazy Love and other songs like Uncover are more sexual than Love Cherry Motion, and outside of the music video that has a strong focus on law, throughout the promotions of the song they've clearly stylistically gone for a mixture of an elegant, girl crush and sexy concept. The uniform for the era being sheer black outfits with exposing crop tops and shorts underneath, while the choreography they do in these outfits seems suggestive as well. I think that if Jaden and co were set on giving HyunJin a concept like this, then why didn't he let underage Choerry replace YeoJin in the 1/3 unit and then let ViVi, who was in her 20s, into the mature HyunJin unit? I know that switching the two around is hard to picture, like Choerry not debuting with Love Cherry Motion and Everyday I Love You being part of OEC solos just doesn't sound right. ViVi's colour being purple to suit the other group's colours also doesn't make sense, and neither does Choerry being pink. But I'd rather the project be a bit wonky or fall off course than have 16-year-old Choerry performing songs like this. Regardless of BBC's dodgy sexualization of the members, the HyunJin era as a whole was vastly successful, in the sense that it really got Loona's name out there, and that Blockberry had accurately tried to capitalize on the group's growing international fan base. The Max and Match album became so loved within the fandom that it spawned a whole sub-community of fans, HyunJin Aggays. Aggays are fans who tend to dislike a group except for one specific member. In this case, the Aggays had hatched onto Loona's HyunJin unit, and they started off as a group of fans who just thought OEC was the best unit, to inevitably disliking nearly everything else Loona would do in the future. These types of fans were obsessed with what the wider fandom had coined as the Loona sound, which I presume to mean the sound of Loona helmed by Monetary, as they had been present on pretty much all of Loona's albums in some way or another. The mentality of an OEC Aggay is that HyunJin was the peak of Loona, and they begun to loathe whatever Loona did that didn't follow their perception of the Loona sound. We'll return back to this discussion of the Loona sound later, as these issues come to a head a lot later. Through a new increase in attention, Blockberry became confident that they had what it took to make Loona more than a domestically successful group, and they remembered this going forward. But on the other hand, the company wasn't satisfied with Loona having an only international fandom. They wanted both, international and domestic. And although HyunJin had led to an increase in hype for the Loona project as a whole, Blockberry wanted more. It was nice that the group had a future in the global market. Yes, they lost some domestic fans on the way, but I'm sure they learned to forgive and forget. But at this point, the company realised it wasn't enough for Loona just to have a small online cult following, and that if there was any chance of bringing in more attention to the group, the company had to take it. And an opportunity came in the form of JTBC's new survival show, MixNine. My tango, what's it called? The tango blast that I had when I went to see the Barbie movie is visible on my tongue. Okay, I thought it was faded by now. Okay, ignore my tongue, everyone. I'm so sorry. Once upon a time, there was a greedy businessman named Yang Hyun-suk, who wanted to make more money off of forming groups he would eventually mismanage, and so he set out on an adventure that would include him travelling to all the Nugu companies across the land so he can entrap them in an awful contract where they would have probably only released one album anyway. I know I'm saying Nugu here even though JYP is involved with this show, and it's like, well, JYP's trainees are only here because he likes attention, okay, that, you know. Accompanied with a top female idol, YG traumatized with his cruelty and misogyny, alongside his fellow predator Seungri, the goal of MixNine was to capitalize off the new K-pop survival competition show and its formula that Mnet popularized. The prize for winning MixNine would be a temporary place in a YG entertainment group, which could bring in widespread popularity and profit to your own group once you returned from the group when it disbanded. If a Loona member was to make it into this temporary MixNine group, they could gain some new fans and fame that they could bring back with them when they returned to Loona. The implications of any Loona member debuting in this group would change or pretty much derail the entire Loona project. What if a girl made it in and had to strictly promote with the group for 2 years? Then the full impactful 12-member group debut would be spoiled as we'd be missing someone. Blockberry was willing to be unconventional in the face of what they had planned so seriously all this time because they needed more eyes on Loona no matter what the outcome was or what it meant. The promise of success through YG was a factor in why Ladies Code also didn't finish their trilogy. In Ashley's words, they made me and Junie try out for MixNine, so they delayed all of it, and for what? Poor choices were made. MixNine was a unisex show broadcasted on JTBC, where a girl group and a boy group would be formed, and then only one out of the two groups would debut after a series of different performances and challenges. The show was met with low ratings, but low ratings didn't mean the group would be unsuccessful. After all, they had the YG name backing them, and that would be enough for the group to make millions. Personally, the reason why JTBC's MixNine just pales in comparison to the Mnet formula is because it's drab and just not exciting to watch at all. I was bored to tears. While Mnet was broadcasting the grand sets, culture and personalities of K-pop, JTBC was broadcasting the corporate and boring side of K-pop. As we are treated to scenes of an uncharismatic CEO hide behind his hat as he stares inappropriately at girls half his age. In the first few episodes, they visit all these different company buildings to watch that company's idols perform for them. They pick out a few idols from these little performances, and then these idols are sent to the bus. As they keep touring the other companies, they take in trainees from certain companies, and then if another trainee comes on the bus, then you could be replaced by that trainee. When the bus pulls up to Blockberry Entertainment, the selected few on the bus all gasp like, "Oh my god, it's Loona!" Probably because they either auditioned there or knew about the Loona project. And the members Blockberry have put forward to partake in the competition is HeeJin, HyunJin and HaSeul, 3H. They perform Mr. Chuu by A-Pink, which, fun fact, was also directed by Digipedi. Then they gag the bus by ripping off their skirts to perform a bit of Free Somebody by FX's Loona. HeeJin goes on to do a solo dance performance.
She's biracial. She's a biracial girl. She's biracial.
But YG is not impressed. Are you the one whom the CEO is most confident of between the 12 girls? YG asks. HeeJin replies, yes, and when I started he thought I was the one who was the most naturally talented. Then YG cuts in and says, I have yet to see that talent. And poor HeeJin just stands there awkwardly smiling like when you're told off by a teacher. HyunJin dances to Gimme More by Britney Spears, and YG tells her that her dancing has no emotion. HaSeul dances to Toxic, another Britney Spears song. HaSeul's dance performance isn't strong because remember she's still training and has no dance academy experience. YG asks HaSeul to rate her dancing, in which HaSeul gives herself 20 points explaining, to be honest I don't dance well, but while preparing for MixNine I worked really hard so I gave myself an 18 points for effort and 2 points for skill. And so YG responds, I would say that it doesn't seem like you are working hard. YG then asks, what kind of music does Loona wish to do? Tell me honestly.
What do you do successfully? quickly.
And HyunJin, with a look on her face that is so unserious, explains, "We want to do music that is unique to our group. We are skillful, or will develop these skills more in the future. And we have good visuals." And holding her hands together, smiling like she doesn't believe what she's saying, she continues, "We'll become the best girl group." What HyunJin said here is very interesting to me because it really does position Loona as like following the formula of an AKB48, where the main appeal is to watch your favourite member go from an underdeveloped idol to a talented performer. But YG isn't done asking cruel rhetorical questions. "There are many pretty girls on the bus who are much better and talented than you all. How are you going to win over them?" After a hush of silence befalls over the bus and the practice room, HaSeul replies, "We were told we have enough skills to put out solo albums." YG laughs in HaSeul's face and says, "I don't think that's something Miss HaSeul is allowed to say. You gave your own dance 20 points and you think you have the skill to put out solo albums? Okay, now Mr. YG, I'll have you know that Girls Aloud couldn't dance for shit. And yet Cheryl Cole had a #1 hit solo song. That same song that your producer Teddy over there plagiarized for Sunmi. So yes, at this stage, Loona has enough skill to put out as many solo albums as they want." After YG made that comment, HaSeul replies, "I believe if you keep working hard, there's nothing you can't do." YG then rudely exclaims, "This is so frustrating," as if he wasn't trying to back the members into a corner and have them just admit that they were failures. Like, I don't know what he wanted them to say in this moment. YG states his high expectations for Loona before he arrived, which inadvertently tells us that the Loona project was definitely on the radar of other companies who were curiously watching how a project like it could succeed. This moment also set in stone this consistent narrative about Loona that they had to meet all perceived high standards, and if they didn't, they would be chastised for it. All the other idol groups could put on some mediocre performances, but if Loona didn't give it more than a 10 out of 10, then people will be like, I expected more from them. How much more did Loona have to give after everything they were going to go through in the next few years? I don't know. But even with YG's unfavourable review of Loona's performance, HeeJin and HyunJin were selected. This left HaSeul behind and she cries in one of her interviews. She hopes that she hadn't made Loona look bad on TV, and past HaSeul, "It's okay honey, the ratings were at 0%, you're good." To be honest with you lot, a lot of the people who made it onto the bus were just like semi-talented, average, pretty-faced people. But Loona in general had that it factor that couldn't be taught, which is why after being dragged by YG for their performance, they remained on the bus and made it into the competition. HyunJin and HeeJin had many different performances on the show, and they had a good success rate throughout their run mostly. HeeJin's standout performance that lived on past the show was her dancing to Greedy by Ariana Grande. HyunJin got to perform Starships, which was a time. And then the performance of hers I always remember seeing was her SES I'm Your Girl cover. We also get HyunJin on Woomanna. Woomanna. Omo, it's supposed to be Omo, what am I saying? For the last round, HyunJin and HeeJin features on the original song Like a Star with Ryujin of ITZY for your information. Behind the scenes of HeeJin and HyunJin's great performances on the show was a presumed rivalry between them that MixNine aired to the audience. They showed a conflict in which HyunJin betrayed HeeJin by removing her from performing on a certain song's team so she could perform it instead. HeeJin was left in tears as she moves to perform a different song. This scene led many viewers to believe that HyunJin and HeeJin didn't like each other. Many years later, HyunJin revealed the truth behind what happened. It was all a hoax. They were both acting for their lives, pretending they had beef because they both knew it would guarantee screen time and on behalf of the producers, viewership, which they desperately needed. What HyunJin got up to in particular on MixNine was just so silly. She rolled on the floor barking like a dog after promising she would do it if she won the round. In the finale, in this famous video, she was just seen talking to no one. And of course her 10-second singing mess up that Loona antis weaponize to this day is part of MixNine because it's incident where a Loona member was caught singing off key. In the end, the 9 members of the girl group and the 9 members of the boy group had their final ranks. If the girl group were to debut, it would be a girl group consisting of Lee Soo-min, Park Soo-min, Jeong HeeJin, Nam Yoo-jin, Choi Moon-hee, Kim Suri, Jung Hyun, and Lee Hye-young. HeeJin's final ranking was 4th, which is very impressive in any survival show, and HyunJin's final ranking was 11th, and this was out of 170 participants, so they kind of slayed that. Like, HeeJin and HyunJin had a mission and they kind of won the show. But the boy group in the end was chosen. However, shit then hit the fan, and the entire competition was rendered useless. At first it was only a 4-month group, and then YG wanted it to be 3 years. A 3-year temporary group would be way too long, as smaller companies wouldn't be able to reap the rewards of their members winning if the public became too attached to the temporary group, and then they would become reluctant to support the permanent group. So the debut was cancelled. Some speculate that YG only changed the contract from 4 months to 3 years as a way to cancel the debut, while covering for the fact that it was cancelled actually due to low ratings. So all the companies would pull out and he could just claim, we just couldn't decide on a contract. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I think the universe was looking out for Loona when the female team lost and the MixNine group didn't debut, because if HeeJin was in the group, the future would have been bleak for her and Loona. Like, I guess if it was 4 months it wouldn't be that bad, but I don't know. First of all, who wants to be in a girl group debuting under YG anyways? HyunJin, being her usual funny self, did the ice bucket challenge, which I think was seeing a resurgence in popularity in Korea at the time, and she called on YG to do the ice bucket challenge. He didn't do it, but he donated a good bit of money to charity. We love HyunJin for getting multi-millionaires to donate their money. Even though MixNine yielded no definitive result as no group debuted, being on the show still gave Loona some exposure. For Loona's last unit, we were about to get the accumulation of everything Loona had worked hard towards. From growing domestic interest to a boom in international attention that had been building from 1/3 to OEC. However, while 1/3 and Orai Circle had been training for a good while, the next unit did not have that luxury at all. The last 4 girls were rushed into their debuts. At this point, it seemed as if Polaris just wanted to get this pre-debut project over and done with, so they could just debut the whole group already. Now, I bought a skirt for my YY by Y outfit, but I'm sitting down, so instead I'm wearing this. The next girl we were introduced to was a girl called Yves. Yves, pronounced like Adam and Eve and not Yves. Yves' real name is HaSeul, and she was born in 1997 on May 24th. Yves once lived in Busan, but she would eventually move to Yangsan when she went to elementary school. Fun fact about Yves, as a child she had a thermometer in her mouth to check her body temperature, but she didn't like thermometers, so she bit into it, breaking it, and so she was then rushed into the hospital and managed to survive mercury poisoning. Yves always knew she wanted to become a singer or an idol. She was inspired by the Wonder Girls, specifically she was a big fan of member Sunmi, which is kind of funny considering that her and Sunmi look like mother and daughter in some respects. Yves had so much love for Sunmi she would even send her a heartfelt letter. When Yves was in high school, she joined her school's dance academy without telling her mum because she didn't approve. But Yves had already decided that she was going to pursue her dream of becoming an idol. Yves joined multiple dance teams, one of the most known ones being Enna, which I can't really place which performances Yves done at what academy. All I know is that this one with her and her red cap was quite popular because the lesbian stans were kind of obsessed with Yves' pre-debut era. There was also her One More Time cover that was uploaded by Depop Studio, which was managed by her academy. While training at academies, Yves also had her short-lived Instagram modeling career, where she posed for this Korean fashion brand Marishi, which were usually all quite repetitive photos. This became a meme as well. Yves had an audition for Polaris one day, but she wasn't feeling well, so she thought she'd leave it. Her sister encouraged her to audition anyway because you never know. She didn't pass the audition, but she was later informed that the team at Blockberry showed some interest in her after review. Yves may have gotten into Polaris through her dancing skills, but Yves is definitely a double threat. She's good at singing and she's good at dancing at roughly the same level. It was clear with the last unit, Blockberry was scrambling to get the group together because they already used so much resources. They just wanted the group to debut already. And this started the trend of members being quickly debuted within a few days of being hired at the company. While previous members had trained for a year and a bit at Polaris or Blockberry, even the other 3 members left were only in training for a few weeks. The whole thing happened so fast that Yves' mum believed that it had to be a scam. Debuting on the 28th of November, making her the 9th member of Loona to debut so far, her colour was burgundy, her animal was a swan, and her fruit was an apple. Yves has the second prominent individual fan-based name, Crunchy Apples. She also loves to talk to fans and is kind of like, probably the, like, on a scale of like oversharing, I'd say she's probably like, her and HyunJin definitely, they love to talk and I love that about them. In the 2nd December throughout the Loona project, Yves, ViVi and Choerry released their version of The Carol. So we had December 2016's The Carol with 3H and now December 2017's The Carol with Yves, ViVi and Choerry, all members from different subunits. Yves does a photo shoot with HeeJin and HaSeul, and here is where we get this iconic awkward moment between Yves and HaSeul that lives on in GIF format. Yves later said that this happened because HaSeul and her had just met, so things between them were quite awkward. Coincidentally enough, New, a song about coming out of your shell, was Yves' solo single. Yves asked a question in Eden: is it really a bad thing to disobey God? If someone has already decided our fate, wouldn't it be a better life to stand up against that fate? New is said to be the first Soultronica song to be released in K-pop, adding another genre to Loona's already diverse discography of sound and influences. The song was produced by Caesar and Louis and Brooke Toya, and the lyrics were written by Monetary and Jaden himself. I think New is one of my favourite Loona solos because of number 1, how refreshing it was for K-pop in its time, and number 2, how euphoric it sounds. New's biggest treat is its sprawling chorus, which melds a dreamy vocal refrain to a beefed up electronic backing that approaches pure pop euphoria, as said by Nick from the Bias List. For the B-side on her single, we get a featureless track, D1. D1 was described as a French pop song by Blockberry, which I think I can see the similarities to some current French pop that I know of, but it reminds me more of like lo-fi R&B, right? While D1 might not be as favourable as other B-sides or as attention-grabbing as other duet units, I think that Yves brought the song to life, and for someone who barely had any time to train for her solo debut, the outcome of the single was still excellent.
Are you ready? All the things you said, running through my head, running through my head, running through my head.
Chuu, real name Jiwoo, was the 10th member of Loona, and she is undoubtedly one of the group's most famous faces. Jiwoo was born in 1999 on October 20th, and she grew up in Cheongju, Chungcheong province, with her 2 younger brothers. There was once a rumour that Chuu was the granddaughter of South Korea's former president, which we discovered was false in the span of like a day. Chuu dreamed of being a singer since she was in elementary school, and she was inspired by her mum, who was a classically trained singer, to also become a singer. Chuu and her mum are like mirrors of each other in behaviour, but even with her mum being a singer herself, she disapproved of Chuu's dream to become a singer because the industry was tough and she wanted to protect her daughter. On the other hand, her dad supported her aspirations. The first step for Chuu was to enroll into Hanlim Art School. Chuu had known Kim Lip since elementary school, and according to Chuu, she liked Kim Lip so much she would follow her around. Kim Lip and Chuu reunited in high school and became very close friends. Chuu was a popular girl at her school and was also a micro-influencer on Instagram. She had around 13,000 followers, and she was often praised for how pretty she was. Chuu's bio was, "I totally hate Hanlim Arts High School. and she has a lot of circulated pre-debut pictures and videos that fans loved, similar to ViVi. One that's been circulating for years is the one of her on her Nintendo DS on the tube, or this one that had a viral edit that made Chuu look like she was holding a gun. At some point, Chuu worked at Subway, but she was fired for eating 10 cookies a day. And I know she said a sandwich shop, but we know she worked at Subway, so it's like, I think it was Subway, but she just doesn't want to say that, obviously, right? One of the most popular stories to tell about Chuu pre-debut was how she met Yves. Yves and Chuu were training at F&C Academy before being taken in by Blockberry Creative. Chuu also for a brief period was a trainee at MusicWorks. Kim Lip, who desperately wanted to debut with Chuu, seemingly asked Yves to convince Chuu into auditioning for Blockberry, and sure enough, it worked. Yves stumbled upon Chuu in the lift and asked for her number, and they both quickly became friends. Yves and Chuu were extras on a YG drama as well. Yves' first impression of Chuu was that she was a bit shy, but she would soon realise that Chuu was far from that kind of person. The reason why Chuu became one of Loona's most recognisable members is probably because of her lively, bubbly and upbeat spirit. To this day, Chuu has always kept it together under immense pressure and stress, all the while presenting a cheerful image to the public. Many assume that Chuu's personality is fake or that she acts overjoyed as part of her image, but as many behind the scenes staff or other people Chuu has interacted with would tell you, Chuu's personality is Jiwoo's. She's just someone who has a naturally infectious personality, and because of that aura, she was able to perfectly fit into the career of an idol. Chuu auditioned for many big companies like YG and JYP, and the only reason I think she didn't pass these auditions was because she just didn't have a place in their girl groups despite possessing all the qualities of a great entertainer and performer. And I feel that way about a lot of Loona members, Chuu especially in this case. When the 10th Who's Next Girl poster was revealed, Chuu deleted her Instagram, which is always a sign in K-pop that a debut is happening. Lunatic spotted that Yves was holding a special sticker that Chuu had given her, furthering the theory that Chuu was about to join Loona. She had trained for only a month at Blockberry beforehand. Chuu's colour was peach, her animal was a pigeon. Pigeon? Oh my god, wait. Penguin. And her fruit was a strawberry. When Chuu did debut in December of 2017, the atmosphere and hype surrounding Loona really amped up, and it was at this point the group was finally securing an even bigger portion of its dedicated fan base. And when I say dedicated fan base, I mean the gays, the LGBT community. This stemmed from many different reasons. Kim Lip's debut and Odd Eye Circle became popular amongst the gays who liked good pop music, and then there was Chuu's debut that really did cement the group's cult LGBT following. We also can't forget the most famous visible fan of Loona during this time, which was drag queen Kimchi, who competed on RuPaul's Drag Race. Heart Attack, written and produced by Monetary, Olipop and Haley Aitken, ended up giving Loona their most watched solo music video that over the years has become the most famous outside of the group's fanbase. Heart Attack mainly stood out in Loona's discography due to its highly congratulated music video that showcased Chuu's talent and personality as an idol, all the while portraying an unintentional lesbian relationship with previous girl Yves. DigiPetti weren't seeking to provide such representation in the music video. It was intended to be lore about Chuu and Yves, but it never really came across that way, and I'm sure that Jaden could. They look like good friends away this, but it's just not going to stick. I mean, even homophobes liked the music video apparently. At the time, Heart Attack was loved by fans because it was a cute, wholesome music video with lesbian representation, which was rarely seen in K-pop at all. I mean, except for Khan if you guys were on Stan Twitter during this era. While it might not have been the video's intention, the members of Loona, specifically the stars of the music video Yves and Chuu, supported fans' take on the MV. I heard the LGBT community was interested in the continued worlds of New and Chuu's solo Heart Attack, Yves says, referencing the video's storylines which have been inspired to portray same-sex attraction. When the song was being written and the video was filmed, we didn't see it like that for us. It was a story about yearning, but we were also thankful when it was translated that way. For a good while, there was an on and off debate about Heart Attack and what it meant for the LGBT fans of K-pop. Some loved its wholesome representation of a sapphic relationship, while others thought that the music video had ulterior motives. Some thought that Heart Attack was just queerbait, which is common in the K-pop industry, and that Blockberry was just trying to capitalize on Loona's LGBT fan base, I suppose. You could view it this way, and I'm not taking that opinion away from anyone, but in my own personal opinion, I think that's maybe a bit too cynical. I wouldn't paint Heart Attack in that way, as I said. It's just, I mean, if you want to be cynical, I guess, but I don't want to be that cynical. I believe Yves when she explained that it wasn't intentional for the music video to come off as gay, but if people want to interpret the video that way, then she is supportive of that. Aside from the minority of fans who accused the video of queerbait, the majority of Loona's fans, including Loona's LGBT fanbase, love the Heart Attack music video to death. Heart Attack sounds to me a lot like a mixture of Monetary Sound and a little bit of Ariana Grande, which is made even more prevalent in Chuu's vocals. Chuu is up there with JinSoul, HaSeul and Kim Lip as one of the group's strongest vocalists. There's a reason why it became another meme to call Chuu Churiana Grande or even Churiah Kerry. I do think Chuu in her debut era gives us a mix of problem era Ariana and All I Want for Christmas Mariah. As put by The Craze, utilising a lot of brass and hard-hitting kicks, Heart Attack may be one of the most energetic releases we've got from the group so far. The song is very quirky with its unpredictable arrangement, as well as the catchy "You Attack My Heart" lines. There's a certain degree of wittiness in the whole product as the track utilises a few cool vocal samples that go perfectly with the brass and kick snare layers, as well as the fun, comical plot of the music video. Chuu's debut had made a splash internationally, and Korean stans were on board until more controversy had risen from the ashes. After becoming more vigilant after the previous concern about Choerry, Korean fans were outraged at a comment Chuu made in one of Loona TV's episodes. She said, "My concept is of a 6-year-old. Korean fans were immediately upset with this, thinking that Blockberry had given 18-year-old Chuu a lolly or like lolicon concept. When it comes to this claim, I think the outrage was a bit overblown and unfounded. Chuu's concept being a 6-year-old was just some backhanded comment she made about her styling and cutesy image, and I don't think it was ever hinted in the Loonaverse or in Heart Attack that she was playing a 6-year-old. Jaden may have taken inspiration from fairy tales like The Little Match Girl, but I really don't think Blockberry seriously intended for Chuu to play 6-year-old, or that this was anything more than a director joking around with Chuu because of the cute concept she had to portray. I know that Korean and international fans struggle to find common ground with most issues, but I respect how serious Korean female fans get about the concept of lolly being used in K-pop, because rallying against it has made the K-pop industry a more restrictive place towards concepts like that over the years, which is a positive outcome, even if it wasn't really the case in this instance. For B-side Girls Talk, which featured Yves, we get a rendition of daily dialogue between two girls. Sweet but sometimes secretive, the precious chats between the girls get reinterpreted to become a song. I think what's funny about Girl Talk and other K-pop songs that are about girls talking is that it always has to be about some random man, like it's a male fantasy song. We're spending all our time talking about you. While I like Girls Talk, I find the lyrics a bit jarring, especially after BBC gave us this lovely LGBT love story of a music video. Like, Yves, you attack my heart, while we're talking about boys. It's very much given like no homo as you go from like track 1 to track 2. I would have preferred a different B-side for the two of them, and on top of that, the song, it's okay. Now the next girl, you pronounce her name like this. GodWon, who is my favourite member if you couldn't tell, is our 11th member of Loona. The staff seem to be messing with the members again, like how they did, giving the false interpretation that Chuu's concept was that of a 6-year-old, when they told GodWon, to her shock, that her stage name was going to be Adam, and that she was going to have some sort of androgynous concept akin to HaSeul and her blonde bob. GodWon, real name Chaewon, was born in Incheon. GodWon went to Gonghang Elementary and Middle School before she went to HaSeul High School. At HaSeul, GodWon was known for being very pretty. Whenever she went, people would be staring at her, and even though she wasn't a part of the popular girls, she was still seen as prettier than them. She transferred after a year of attendance, but because she was so pretty, the boys actually formed a queue to take pictures with her like this was Disneyland. One thing about GodWon that was well discussed in the fandom was her silver tooth. I remember that being talked about a lot, and when I was looking back, I was like, why don't we talk about that anymore? And it's because she got it removed like long time ago and we never like fully acknowledged it. As GodWon grew up, she became a massive fan of the girl group Oh My Girl. She would attend their concerts and fan signs, which led to her discovering her dream of wanting to be an idol just like them. GodWon went to train at LP Dance and Vocal Academy, and in one of their videos they uploaded, she was performing Colouring Book, which is an Oh My Girl song. GodWon is one of the most successful fans, as not only did her solo album make it to an Oh My Girl member, but she also got to perform Colouring Book in front of them, as the members of Oh My Girl felt emotional as they had inspired someone to become an idol like them. GodWon auditioned for Source Music, begging the question, what if Yves was in Alice? JinSoul joined April instead, and GodWon ended up in Les Seraphim. But not only was GodWon a fan of Oh My Girl, she was a fan of Loona. That's right, she was a Loona stan while the members were being revealed. Listening to New and Let Me In and all, she saw adverts for Loona at some bus stops and thought she'd love to be friends with the members and join the group. If you've been following GodWon for many years, as I have as a fan, you'll know that GodWon is a very private and introverted person. She's an INTP for a reason. Although GodWon wanted to be a singer, she found it embarrassing to perform in front of people at first, and she found it difficult to approach people to make friends. She was lucky to have met Chuu when she first met her entering the company, as Chuu was very friendly and welcoming. And GodWon says that if she hadn't have met Chuu first, she would have found it hard to make friends with the other members when she first arrived. After moving from HaSeul to Beekman Girls High School, GodWon eventually dropped out of high school altogether to focus on her idol career. When GodWon made it into Blockberry, she was thrown into her debut immediately. She had only 2 weeks of training at the company and was thrusted into a test photo shoot that ended up being her album photo shoot spread. Over the course of a week, she received her debut song and recorded it. GodWon didn't even know that she was shooting the photos for her single album, or that they had decided to choose her. The staff just came up to her and was like, "You're a member." It must have been inconvenient to the trainees of Loona Nation left, who had spent a year to many months training at the company, believing that they had a shot, just for BBC to bring in complete outsiders to the company for the 4 remaining placements in the group. If you have 50 people and still struggle to find a perfect fit, then you'd need to find other people. It's also rumoured that the trainees who came from Polaris were starting to leave, and to fill in the gaps, Blockberry started focusing on auditioning new people from dance and vocal academies, which is how we ended up with the last remaining members of the group. There were still some original Loona Nation trainees left though. One of them was expected to join the group a long time ago, and that was public Blockberry creative trainee YeoJin. YeoJin was a trainee on Produce 48, and some believe she was going to debut in Loona before she went on the show, but after Loona had been completed, for a while many fans joked that GodWon snagged YeoJin's spot in the group. Thankfully GodWon got to debut in Loona because I think compared to a lot of other idols, GodWon has something really special about her. She has this doll-like look and this softer high-pitched way of singing. Many fans have compared her singing to Hatsune Miku or her likeness to Isabella from Animal Crossing. Outside of her songs, GodWon naturally has a higher pitched voice. The other Loona members find this so funny, and she is one of their favourite members to imitate, Yves more than others.
뭔 소리야? 믿어드릴게요 라고 하시네요. 조용히 좀 해주실래요? 저희는 박고원이 엄청 많아요. 여러분 들리세요? 짜증나.
For some people, that Psycho Matsuda baby voice paired together with a cute concept that has influenced the idol industry for decades can be grating for some who aren't familiar with the idol genre. But when I hear GodWon sing partially in that baby voice, it feels a lot more sophisticated, and visually it's completely different from what we expect a baby voiced idol to sing. What makes One and Only even more interesting is that it has parts where GodWon starts rapping, which to me was really satisfying. Fans of Loona later claimed that GodWon was a better rapper than Eminem, which isn't really that hard of a rapper to be better than these days anyway. One and Only was produced by Darren Baby D Beats Smith and was written by Monotree. One and Only is my favourite Loona solo, but compared to the other Odd Eye Circle member debuts and the other members after it, GodWon's One and Only is the first solo single in a while to receive negative to mixed reviews. For some listeners, the song wasn't cracked up to what they had expected after the impressive run of Kim Lip to Chuu, where each solo song had been active, energetic pop music. Tell me why the bias list put their pitchfork wig on and ripped One and Only to shreds. The pre-choruses deliver an especially jarring arrangement where she fires off a laundry list of lyrics with a strange monotony. I'm not sure if this is supposed to be creepy or silly or both. Either way, it's not a polished moment, and there's nothing else within the song's generic melody to counteract One and Only's more grating choices. I'm sorry, but how does it feel to be on the wrong side of history? For everyone who disliked One and Only during the month that it was released, you are on the wrong side of history. I think in hindsight, when we consume Loona's music without the impending nature of a girl coming next up to amp up the hype, One and Only and GodWon as well is yet another unique addition to Loona's discography, but people found it hard to accept this because they wanted something more in the vein of another Heart Attack or Eclipse. GodWon's One and Only concept is a bit gothic and a bit vintage or old-fashioned, which transforms One and Only into a combination of aesthetics and music that we've never really seen in K-pop before. Mugang was Loona's photographer throughout this early era, by the way. The music video is shot in a vertical format that alters to horizontal throughout. In the storyline of the music video, GodWon's hair transforms from black to blonde, and GodWon would stay blonde for a good year or two afterwards. Her animal is an emperor butterfly, her fruit is a pineapple, and her colour is Eden green. What I love about One and Only the most is GodWon's styling and how much it suits her. She wears these flowy white dresses and Alita inspired dresses. It might be time to introduce Loona's stylist Kimin. Kimin, who became despised by fans based on her poor styling choices for the members over the years. Styling 12 girls cohesively for events and stages is never going to be an easy task, but besides the number of members or the tightening of the group's budget playing a factor in her shabby styling, I still think Kimin is a bad stylist, even when she was working with girl groups who could afford to wear like all these expensive looks. The problem with Kimin is that the only time she was good at her job was when she was stealing pieces from other designers and just recreating them for Loona. And this had been something Kimin had been doing since the very beginning, since HeeJin. And when we say recreation, I mean Kimin wasn't buying these pieces for Loona to wear, she was actively remaking counterfeit, knockoff versions of designer items for Loona instead. It's not just Kimin, mind you, but that doesn't make her less of a thief. As Loona's fame rose, people started to clock what she had been doing. GodWon's Lolita-inspired dresses drummed up controversy in some Korean online communities for being a rip-off of the Japanese designer Mary Magdalene. Kimin didn't even learn her lesson after catching some heat for copying this designer and did it again. Another thing we have to talk about at this stage of Loona's career and beyond is Blockberry's obsession with photoshopping the girls, and this becomes really apparent when you look at GodWon's album cover. They've trimmed her nose and ended up making her look like a girl that doesn't even exist. The photos within the album are way closer to what GodWon looks like in real life, thankfully, kind of. Most K-pop companies utilize Photoshop and filters on their idols because they want this illusion of perfection, but I think Blockberry ended up taking it too far because they were completely altering some of the girls' appearance to the point you'd look at them and you'd be like, who is this? And what made this issue worse was that outside of music videos and photoshopped, whitewashed images, content of Loona was already sparse. For a long time we went by on a combined 2 minutes of Loona kicks and Loona TVs, the occasional Inkigayo stage, pre-planned old selfies that Blockberry stored, and that was literally it. So unless you were a Korean fan waiting outside Inkigayo or a Korean fan site partaking in the editing and whitewashing, you were kind of misled from what the members look like in reality, from their natural skin tone to even some of the features on their face. For the B-side of GodWon's single, we get Chuu and GodWon. And who's this? Kim Lip, hi! It's been a minute. HaSeul defies the typical grammar of the K-pop genre to expand the boundaries of music with the uniqueness of Loona. Chuu's refreshing voice along with GodWon's adolescent voice create the dynamic riding a seesaw. When Kim Lip goes, it's been a long day. It's quite iconic as well. She really sang the fuck out of it. Like, GodWon actually went to a lot of fan signs, which I didn't clock at the time how many she was going to compared to the previous girls. She went to Chuu's fan sign 2 times, she had 2 solo fan signs, and she went with our next girl to her fan sign as well. And now we've made it to our final girl. Our last girl, Olivia Hye. Olivia's real name is HeeJin, and she was born in 2001 on the 13th of November. She had the most shocking trainee period in the group as she only trained for a day. This fact usually gets oversimplified because the past 3 members didn't just walk into the company with no training at all, they all went to dance and vocal academies prior. In particular, Olivia was at FNC Academy. Olivia went to Seongshin High School with Choerry, and apparently Olivia would avoid interacting with Choerry on purpose to be mysterious, so nobody would know she was debuting with her in Loona. This is that BBC programming, perhaps. Olivia dropped out of school to focus on her idol career just like GodWon did. Before her debut in Loona, she had seen HyunJin on TV before, which was cool for Olivia as they got to debut together. When Olivia was rushed into the Blockberry building to join Loona, she described what it was like to go to a test photo shoot. I went without makeup on and opened the door, and then all 30 people inside turned to look at me. The horror. Olivia, like GodWon, is also a private person, but in a different way. GodWon in the public eye likes to have her idol image while keeping herself to herself, but Olivia is very much like, this is me and you lot are just gonna have to make your peace with that. The way both GodWon and Olivia present themselves to fans is what makes them lovable and funny in their own ways. Olivia was known as the gamer girl in the first few years of Loona, so much so that somebody literally showed up to a fan sign with a PS4 to gift to her. She also has the most famous dog in Loona, and I think this is because there's like this thing in K-pop that idols have odd looking dogs, and fans said that her dog was like a little strange. Like, I'm avoiding using the term ugly. I don't want to call a dog ugly, okay? Olivia is known for her deadpan approach to being an idol and her triangle shaped mouth. People have tried to recreate Olivia's look, but they just can't. Case in point, this iconic tweet. I remember 2 years ago I wanted to have Olivia Hye's cunty open mouth look, so I walked around with my mouth open for months, and now my jawline has become so recessed. And by deadpan I mean that while a good chunk of female idols are supposed to grin their teeth and always be cutesy and appealing, Olivia, after the cute YY by Y era, where she was forced into this cutesy image, she was like, yeah, I'm not doing that anymore, but you do you, I guess. Olivia pretty much has a face and style that screams girl crush. Dark concepts come to her instantly and she delivers them very well. This is probably why she got her solo song Egoist. Given the colour silver, the animal of a wolf, the fruit blood plum, Olivia made her debut in March of 2018. Solo title track Egoist is about, you guessed it, ego, and coming to the realisation that self-awareness is not decided upon or created by somebody else, but built by oneself by starting to love oneself. Although it may seem selfish, the process of completing one's ego with loving oneself is captured in the story. Egoist had this like flip, I don't know anything about that choreography, but it's like this thing where she like rolls over, you know. When I was younger, I did something like that and like my 2 front teeth fell out, but you know, that's Olivia. She's not gonna be doing any of that, you know, she's professional. After One and Only receiving less than stellar reviews by listeners at the time, which was rare after Kim Lip's debut, Egoist definitely brought these certain listeners back on board. Egoist was produced by Ultronic Waves and was written by Monetary and Jaden. And to me, Egoist kind of brings me back to the Odd Eye Circle flavoured EDM that we got from Choerry and JinSoul's debut, rather than the debuts of her previous fellow unit members Chuu and GodWon. And speaking of JinSoul, she features on this song as a rap feature. For the B-side, all hail the best Loona B-side of all the singles, Rosie. My Life is Rosie, just Loona at their best. Rosie was produced by production team Bad and it features HeeJin as well as GodWon. Rosie was claimed by the LGBTs as Blockberry flat out told us it was another lesbian song. Rosie is a song that talks about the beautiful yet thorny emotions between two girls that draws them like a compass, but wrecking them simultaneously without a place to escape to, in which they are being kind but chic, friendly but not close, they have feelings for each other but finds it annoying to date each other. HeeJin raps on Rosie and it is probably the best rapping we get to hear from a Loona member in my opinion, mostly because Loona don't have rappers, so even for a group with no rappers this was really good. Compared to HeeJin's contribution to Singing in the Rain, this is way better. HyunJin and Choerry, while they were back at training, made some choreography for Rosie, which also told us about their talent at dance and choreography, by the way. GodWon and Olivia are my favourite duo in Loona. And back then, Olivia had this dark black hair and GodWon had this soft blonde hair from the aftermath of One and Only, and this to me always formed this devil and angel dynamic in their photo shoots. I feel like now we're getting movies out of games. If they wanted to make a live action movie of Devilish Hairdresser, 2018 GodWon and Olivia need to play the leads. I think Toojin, Yves and Haewon are kind of Loona's most popular duos, and their popularity peaked in the first 3 years of Loona's run, and then we never really focused on pairings like this ever again. This all brought us to our third and final Loona subunit. YY by Y stands for Youth Youth by Young, and it also stands for some kind of Loonaverse scientific chromosome. As explained in the description of YY by Y's first video teaser, the third unit, Loona YY by Y, is composed of 4 girls who denied Eden, talking about the ego of the youth. Being in love, hurt, broken, but still stepping forward, they capture moments of youth to complete an ego. They declare neanthropic chromosome, YY by Y, different to XX or XY chromosomes. YY by Y had a 4-minute teaser unveiled, where they walk through a mansion while an opera song plays. It had been hinted before the prospect of Eden throughout the Loona lore, so pre-debut YY by Y were called the Eden Unit. The unit was formed by the past 4 Rush members into the group who had many doubts about what had just happened. They had gone from dance academies to debuting in a group in the span of a few weeks. Yves has expressed how abruptly she was taken to her album photo shoot, which is relatable to all the unit's members. Olivia's thoughts on her immediate debut in Loona was, yeah, this group really doesn't make sense, which fans clung on to explain whenever things started to go off the rails. Yves also explained to fans that at first the members were told that YY by Y was going to be even more girl crush than Odd Eye Circle, and that they better prepare themselves. This was either scrapped, a fleeting idea Jaden, among his many ideas, never fulfilled for the group on budget and time restraints, or it was just untrue all along, leading Olivia to make another comment about Blockberry that stuck with fans for years. They're quite good at lying. YY by Y would have no repackage, and would only have 1 album, presumably because BBC wanted to get the final debut out as quick as possible. But we do know that the repackaged album was going to be called Femme and Fatale, and that's all we know about it to this day. The album we did get would be named Beauty and the Beat. The Beauty and the Beat album confirmed Loona's overflowing presence within K-pop and helped build the last mountain of hype before the group's debut. When recording the Beauty and the Beat album, the YYXY girls were a little frightened because HaSeul had talked about how scary their music producer was. HaSeul gave advice to them that they should practice a lot and prepare. Yves was the first member to be called into the studio to record her parts, and she broke into tears. GodWon told Yves that the people outside the booth were actually saying really nice things about her, and the producer thought she was doing a great job, but Yves was in her head and panicked a bit. It has been speculated that the producer in question was HwangHyeon of Monetary, but we don't know that for sure. Aside from the title track, the album had 5 songs. Intro Dal Segno, Frozen, that contains melodies that hit you like winter until flowers bloom again. Oh my god, these descriptions, Blockberry. And then One Way, which is a ballad. Rendezvous 18.6, which is stylistically similar to Frozen but more acoustic like. Rendezvous, according to Loona members, had a music video that was never released. When describing the members' contributions to the album, Blockberry describes GodWon's voice as crunchy, which became a meme about GodWon as well. The Beauty and the Beat album was slightly delayed, as this seemed to be because of a very special guest collaborator on the title track of the album. It all started when Grimes had said something positive publicly about Loona. So Blockberry contacted her through Instagram and asked her on a picture of her with Poppy to check her DMs. Yes, Blockberry managed to secure a Grimes feature on a Loona song last minute, which was fitting considering the fact that Jaden was clearly a fan of her music and wanted Lunatic to sound like a Grimes song. And also because of the way Loona's fanbase had been formed. A good portion of Loona's fanbase at the time knew who Grimes was because the group had amassed a sort of like indie pop music listeners, like those kinds of people through Odd Eye Circle. Grimes would feature on YYXY's title track, Love Forever, and her contribution was basically a short little introduction in the beginning. The producers of Love Forever was E-Tribe alongside some others from the Bad songwriting team, and E-Tribe was the team that produced G by Girl Generation, and Grimes' part seems to reference the start of G. Grimes herself is a longtime fan of K-pop and she is a Sohn, so it's even better that she isn't just singing this part like going in to this blind. She knows what she's referencing. Love Forever is a hyper electropop song that is just so full of joy. GodWon wrote in her diary at the time, "Today I went to record and the title Poison was changed to Love Forever and I was shocked by the lyrics. Even my kidney is pounding." But obviously we can't go on much further without addressing "My kidney is pounding," which is probably the most famous lyric from Love Forever. What I love the most about Grimes' feature on YYXY is that at the time, K-pop companies, notably like Hybe, had only just discovered that using English-speaking artists could further their popularity in the West. But while Hybe used it as a Trojan horse by employing Halsey, who was a chart-friendly American artist so BTS could get radio play in the US, here was Blockberry employing indie pop artist Grimes for the sole sake of art. Aside from that, we have to talk about Grimes' continued relationship with Loona because it really is bizarre. So firstly, Grimes wanted to collaborate with Loona further on another song of hers for her next album, but the plans fell through. However, this one-off collaboration wasn't the end of it, as Grimes still interacted positively with fans of Loona. And what resulted was Grimes confirming that GodWon was the godmother of her child with Elon Musk, which later led to Elon Musk himself tweeting about Loona. This all made sense in the grand scheme of YYXY because they are known to be the most chaotic unit. I mean, Yves, GodWon, Chuu and Olivia are kind of the group's silliest members. The only person missing is HyunJin. From fan signs where the girls would all forget Olivia's stage name and huddle in a circle to work it out, to live streams where they would just introduce themselves louder than their comparative 1/3 subunit. What's interesting about the YYXY lineup is that it's a combination of two of Loona's most girl crush members and Loona's most cute concept suited members, and the stark difference in character between Olivia or Chuu really makes the personality of the group a lot stronger than previous units. This is the root of why YYXY came off as so chaotically different to the other units. Despite having two girl crush members, the girl crush members were in for a lot of pain because Beauty and the Beat was decidedly acute with with some horror overtones kind of concept. So they had to act cute and do aegyo. Yves was throwing water balloons on some grass. I don't know why that happened. GodWon had to be acting out some aegyo cute fantasy.
오빠, 고원이 띠도 보고 사주시면 안 돼요? 응? 띠도 보고.
You just know that some nights when GodWon is trying to sleep, she is just reminded of this moment and cringes severely. Chuu really could pull it off, so she was just there being her usual Chuu self. The music video for Love Forever was shot in Budapest in Hungary with DigiPedi, and the music video centers in this large mansion while this white lady scolds them for disobeying orders. It's kind of like a super private expensive boarding school, as only 4 girls are in attendance. Many other fans who didn't know of Grimes thought this white lady was her. In the music video and for all the live stages for Love Forever, we see the girls dressed in a variety of plaid uniforms and a cardigan underneath, which is clearly sharing a similarity to Cher Horowitz from Clueless. We had seen these uniforms in GodWon's one and only music video. I think out of all the units styling, YYXY had the best. Throughout all their performances, the girls wore varying forms of heels, with GodWon wearing the highest heel because she was the shortest. GodWon struggled a bit during the promotions of YYXY because she was still working on her dancing, but you'd barely be able to tell because she did a great job. The live performances also featured a spontaneous variety of remixes. In Love Forever, there is a drop when the members have a dance break, and the song has multiple different versions of the drop, and these were available to listen to on limited editions of the Love Forever album. There was the original, the jazz break, and 2 different hip-hop versions. One thing we have to talk about is the Love Forever album's photo shoot while we're on the topic of the limited edition remixes found on the physical album. In one of the photos we see Chuu with very suspicious figurines, and then in some behind the scenes photo shoots we see GodWon next to a Confederate flag. My thoughts on this is that because anti-black imagery has been commonplace in Korean media for decades and they still haven't stopped or questioned it, Koreans who work in the entertainment industry have a hard time picking up on anti-black propaganda or even the Confederate flag. They went to some cafe and didn't even clock that all this stuff was around them because this is normal to them. I've spoken about this at length on my channel before, but this all ties into the aesthetification of the K-pop industry. You take offensive historical or things of cultural significance and you pose or wear these things all because of the aesthetic, essentially removing their meaning, which is harmful and dangerous. I really don't care whether Blockberry didn't know. I still think they should have apologized regardless because intent doesn't matter. They deleted the behind the scenes photos that visibly showed everything, so clearly they were aware of the controversy, yet they never said anything. And that's one thing you'll learn about Blockberry, is that they don't know how to apologize for anything, even though they are clearly in the wrong. So there we have it. When attending music shows, YYXY had a chance to win for Love Forever. Fans tried their hardest in the voting categories, and these shows require a pre-vote or an early vote on their apps, a live vote where you vote live during the show, and then there's the physical vote that's based on the albums. It's just so much, like, God. Along with the digital vote, which is based on Korean streaming platforms, like, it's a lot of criteria. The fandom debated the significance of Love Forever being Loona's first win, because we thought that it might be better if the whole group got their first win together instead of one unit. Even with fans debating the prospect of a music show win, YYXY didn't take home Loona's first win on a music show. But that was okay because the YYXY era had been vastly successful. By this point, Loona had broke through into the conscious of a lot of K-pop stans and had gained a significant fandom. So now we have a full 12-member lineup of Loona, all debuted separately with their own solo singles and in their own 3 different units. But what about the other girls who were supposed to be in Loona but didn't make the cut? The blurred girl phenomenon. We knew that by the last unit, YYXY, Blockberry started scouting dance academies instead of using the Loona Nation trainees, which led many to speculate that a lot of the trainees had left a long time ago. Some girls had been uncovered by fans after we had the full lineup, but not everybody. That was until an insider leaked all the trainees who were supposedly under what Blockberry coined the Loona Nation trainee system. So let's name these girls, talk about where they are today before we talk about the full formation of Loona. Well, welcome to the wall, everyone. You know, this turned out pretty, like, better than I expected, you know what? As I just spoke about, a few years ago, it was said that shareholders leaked a list of all the names. I'm assuming some of these were just BBC or Polaris trainees and maybe not Blurred Girls, but we'll never really know because Blockberry never went, oh, so here are the Blurred Girls, everyone, here is a list of them, here is who they were. Like, they never told us. Another thing is that even if that isn't like a reputable source and we don't really know whether these were the Blurred Girls, they were all under Polaris or Blockberry at some point. And Polaris and Blockberry weren't doing anything else. Like, they weren't doing nothing but making Loona. So why else would they be there? Let's start at the very bottom on this side here. The produce connection. YeoJin, who we've spoken about, was a Blockberry trainee and also an 8D creative trainee. She was submitted to Produce 48 under Blockberry Creative. On the other hand, label mate Kang Hae-won, who is down here, was submitted by 8D Creative. So YeoJin was submitted by Blockberry and Kang Hae-won was submitted by 8D. I'm actually really interested to know like what ties Blockberry and 8D Creative have, because we know that pre-debut Blockberry were going to create a boy group after Loona and they were going to be called 8x8x8, but they didn't debut the boy group because they wanted to focus on Loona, so they sent that boy group over to 8D. So now I'm like, how do they know each other? Like, what's their business? When describing her time appearing on the rigged Produce series, as we all know it was rigged, right? YeoJin spoke about how she made it onto the show, explaining, I had a label at the time and was actually part of a project group, but I got cut because my image didn't fit. Who is that project group she's talking about? My label told me that I had two options. Either I go on Produce 48 or I can go home. So I auditioned with 3 other girls and I was the only one that made it through the first round. So now we have a reasoning as to why YeoJin wasn't a part of Loona. She didn't fit the image that Blockberry were looking for and they gave her an ultimatum. Go on Produce 48 or leave. But as we all know, YeoJin was eventually eliminated from the show while Kang Hae-won, under here, made it all the way into IZ*ONE, who is down here. Many believe that YeoJin would debut in Loona at some point. She was speculated to be a Blurred Girl in some of Loona TV's 2017 episodes already in the past before Produce 48 came around. There was maybe even a slim chance that maybe after IZ*ONE disbanded after the 2-year contract, that maybe 8D Creative would make a girl group with Hae-won. I mean, very slim, right? Unlikely. I guess that maybe if 8D and BBC like had connections, then maybe some of the Blurred Girls could have been transferred to 8D to make another girl group, because I don't think they were going to be doing anything after Loona for a good while. But of course, this was all a long shot and just, as I said, unlikely. And the reason why it's so unlikely is because Kang Hae-won always seemed like an actress who was just like held at gunpoint to be an idol. She just wanted to get out there immediately. Like, she wanted to do her time in IZ*ONE, have her fun, and then go her own way. Which, all the power to her, that's what she did. YeoJin returned to 8D after being eliminated, and apparently she had many disagreements with 8D, so she left 8D Creative. And then after she left 8D, she left the entire entertainment industry. She retired from the idol industry and she retired from the entertainment industry. Today, YeoJin is a vlogger, which you can find her channel, I'll probably put it on the screen. Now next to YeoJin is Choerry, who had a very different fate to YeoJin. Choerry is probably the most successful girl on this board. After leaving Blockberry as her luck ran out with making it into Loona, she changed labels. She then joined Yuha Entertainment and was submitted by them for Produce 48 with future Everglow members Yerin and Sihyun. Choerry was well received on the show and she made it all the way into IZ*ONE with Kang Hae-won. If you see the journey here, After her time in IZ*ONE came to an end, she went solo. Yena's solo career has been quite successful, although this year was when things got a little bit rocky because she had like the whole Olivia Rodrigo stunt, but let's not talk about that. But aside that, you know, Hate Rodrigo, it was a good song, but, you know, controversial and a bit, you know, the company was trying to get some attention and it just kind of didn't work out. But Choerry is coming back, so everybody stay tuned for that. Compared to YeoJin, who did go to some Loona concerts many years ago, the members don't really seem that close to YeoJin. Like, they never really mention her or post any pictures with her or talk about her. Like, she's someone in their past. At least this is what we know publicly, right? However, on the other hand, Choerry and Loona have spoken about each other publicly numerous times. The most notable being their radio show episode together, in which Yena hosted and the girls reflected on their pre-debut era. The girls talked about how they lived and trained together mostly during the 1/3 era. To this day, Yena has a positive friendship with mostly all the girls of Loona. Above the produced connection though, there is the most tangled part of the wall. So bear with me while I explain this. Now we are at the good day section. Now there is a whole rabbit hole you can go down about the girl group Good Day. I'm not going to be getting into it here, but if you are interested about the story of Good Day and all that, then you can watch Searching for Iris's video on the topic, which is really good, by the way. So anyways, but let's talk about surface level, which is kind of still complicated. Good Day was a girl group who debuted in 2017 under the label C9 Entertainment. They had one EP, also known as this Nugudum classic, All Day Good Day, with their iconic title track, Rolly. One of the members of Good Day was Kim Ji-won. Before Good Day, member Kim Ji-won over here trained at Polaris. After 2 short years with only one EP released, Good Day disbanded. But it doesn't stop there. Luckily for Kim Ji-won, she was debuted under C9 Entertainment's new girl group Signature, with some of the other Good Day girls in this picture. Also part of Good Day was another Ji-won, who is over here. She was previously known as Genie during Good Day's run. Ji-won trained with HeeJin, Yena, other Ji-won over here, HyunJin and Kim Lip. We know that for certain as we have a picture of all of them together. Ji-won ended up leaving Polaris like the other Ji-won, and she ended up in Good Day just like the other Ji-won. But she didn't join Signature. Ji-won then joined an anonymous girl group called Red Square, who is over here. Red Square was formed by the label Iconic M&E, and their concept was like blindfolds and the color wheel. Ji-won then went by the name Green. They name K-pop idols like anything these days, like what is green? But you know what, I kind of like it. For a good while, I remember some people not knowing who was in Red Square. Maybe my memory is failing me, but that's what I remember. That was all because of, you know, like the anonymous marketing they had. But soon enough, we found out who was in Red Square, and it was basically just the members of like Good Day. But not for long, because Red Square disbanded like after one single, they were out. But Ji-won wasn't about to give up. She then left Iconic M&E with some of the other former Good Day girls, right? And then they moved to Justice Records, where they debuted under the new group Iris, who is not on the wall. So that's where she is today. She then changed her stage name again. She is now IL. She is known as IL. So that's Genie Green IL. How many lives has she lived? I don't know. Too many. One of the girls who embarked on this journey with IL was Kim Bomin over here. She was in Good Day, and here she is pictured like doing teasers for Red Square, by the way. She's doing like her Iris teaser photo shoot, IL is. Both Bomin and IL are said to be close with HyunJin, which I'm not too sure about that because like I haven't seen like any photos of them together. Even on the stuff, I mean there must be more connections that Good Day have in the industry, but next, let's move on. So we kind of have a bit of an anomaly in the middle here. Her name is Lee So-eun. She was a participant on the survival show Captain and she attended SOPA. As you can see from her picture here, they have like the ugly like yellow canary uniform. I never, you know what, in school I thought my uniform was disgusting and it looked clapped, but you know what, when I see SOPA uniform, like the idols wearing this SOPA uniform, I'm like, you know what, I had it good. So, but now that I've said that, like so many idols go to SOPA. Like SOPA's like their Brit school, right? If you're not in the UK, you may not know what I mean. Well, but most people know what Brit school, okay. I don't know what the worldwide status of Brit school is, but SOPA is basically Korea's Brit school, okay. I'm not so sure like she's part of this, but her name's on the list. So anyways, moving on to another well-connected part of the wall. Let's talk about these girls in this area. So Yoo Ha-jung and Choi Ha-young were both Polaris trainees who were put forward by the company to compete on MixNine. I always find it so funny when companies do this, when they have like a subsidiary and they're like, we can just send more people, like more chances of us getting into the group. They finished in the competition around 142nd and 39th place respectively. Then we have next to them Bang Soo-ji, who was a Polaris trainee. It's obvious, you can see like the Polaris logo behind her there. And she attended Hanlim Art School with Chuu and Kim Lip. Now the lore about Hanlim, you'll soon find out that pretty much almost all of these girls like went to Hanlim and knew Chuu and Kim Lip. It must be because they all like knew each other and were auditioning at the same place, so a lot of them ended up at BBC or Polaris. Outside of the Blur girls, Chuu and Kim Lip went to school with so many soon-to-be idols. They were in applied music with Choerry from Red Velvet, Yeonjung from Cosmic Girls, Dewey from Momoland, GodWon from Purple Kiss, and altogether they went to school with other female idols like Eunbin from CLC, Nancy from Momoland, Simyoung from Bandit. I'm so sad, Bandit disbanded actually. Haewon and Choerry from HaSeul, so that's another connection. And Eunche over here from Daya. There always has been like jokes about this, mostly about how noisy applied music must have been. I mean, Chuu and Dewey in the same classroom, just havoc. We do have this one video from Hanlim of them singing Growl by EXO, which is so funny. You can hear like Chuu singing her heart out in that. My favourite from all the jokes was from @Choerry's site, who said, Choerry going to the same high school as the Loona girls. I know she had to clutch her designer purse just a bit tighter when she was passing them. But returning back to Bang Soo-ji, there was a rumour that she would be Loona's 8th member. So 3, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So what, she was going to be Yves. The fact I had to calculate that. But of course that didn't end up happening. It also seemed like she was a SM rookie at some point. But once MixNine rolled around, Blockberry announced themselves that 3H would be participating on behalf of the company, while clarifying that Bang Soo-ji would not, and that she would not be joining Loona, which is very interesting because she's probably the only girl on this board who actually like got some confirmation, like public to the fans, that whether they were going to be joining Loona or not. Like everything else was secrecy. As of 2021, Bang Soo-ji posted pictures on her Insta of her with Kim Lip and their other friends, so she's still on good terms with some of the Loona members, probably mostly Kim Lip as we know, and then maybe Chuu because they went to school together. So Song Han-hee, who's over here, was another classmate of Chuu and Kim Lip, and she was spotted with some of the Loona members at the time, so speculation was running high. She was part of the cancelled kids girl group Littles previously to this. Not much more is known about her aside from this. She was an Uslang, but it seems she became an actress. Like, you can kind of tell this is definitely giving like actress K-drama headshot. She's also done like a duet with Wheein of Mamamoo, by the way, just mentioning. Then right above her we have Lee So-yeon. She was a Polaris girl, which there was also Polaris Junior, and they seem to be connected. I didn't put Polaris Junior because, one, I think Polaris girls makes more sense. Two, I don't know, more space that it would have taken up, and it's not that relevant. Okay. But Lee So-yeon, another Polaris girl, who was again entangled with Loona, went to Hanlim, but after Loona debuted, Polaris stopped with their training system, so she most likely left. And just to quickly mention Yeon HeeJin over here, she has like some music out. I listened to some of her music like on the train a little while ago, and it's kind of giving like K-drama background music if you were interested to know. So I'm moving directly here. We have the Dia portion of the board. Kwon Chaewon, or Eunchae, trained at Fantagio, Hannes and Polaris. And I've put Hannes here because that's how she met Yves. Yves was one to Hannes. It seems that at the time they were like training, like what would they be training for, like Elris maybe? And Eunchae, like Jeon, who we're going to talk about in a minute, seems to be good friends with Loona. She went to Hanlim, as I said before, and Eunchae was seen with Kim Lip at graduation. She's also met up with ViVi in the past. Dia ended up disbanding as of last year, which, wow, time moves so fast. Like, I wrote in the script originally that Dia disbanded this year, but no, it's been a whole year since they disbanded. Wow. But now, as of current day, Eunchae is on a survival show called Universe Ticket. She was literally evil edited in like the first episode because Mnet couldn't handle her slayage of Sunmi's heroine. So Korean survival shows are so shady. Please support her on Universe Ticket. No. And just as I mentioned, we have Lee Joo-in here, another member of Dia. She was again a Polaris trainee, and she has known the Loona members for many years now. Jeon is known to be the closest to Kim Lip, JinSoul and Yves, from what I can tell by how many times they always talk about each other, always post about each other. So after Dia's disbandment, Lee Joo-in went solo and she released her new song Easy Breezy, which the members of Loona showed their support for. Moving this side, in the middle here we have some Blockberry trainees. Choo Hye is of course a former Blockberry trainee, and then she went on to make her appearance on Idol School, as you can see her outfit here. She was eliminated around ranking 21. Kim Gabin, who is next to her, was a Blockberry creative trainee, but she left and became an actress instead. You can see the actress vibes, right? She signed with SM/CNC and starred on the reality TV show Love Catcher 2. Oh my god, the way like Korean reality TV has to be like the fakest of all reality TV. Like, they really took it one step forward. They said, if you lot are gonna script everything, we'll just hire actors. Like, crazy. And it's funny because if you actually watch Korean reality TV, you can tell how like fake it is. But it all makes sense because they hire actors. It's basically just a TV show, but shot like more naturally to make it feel like a reality TV show. It is not reality. It was rumoured that she was dating Top from Big Bang, but that was never really confirmed. She still seems to be good friends with JinSoul, as is Jeon, I believe. At the very bottom end of the wall we have the Girls Planet 999 girlies. So the names of these girls are Choi Ye-young, Roo Seon and Jungmin. Roo Seon in particular got some people talking because she kind of resembles HeeJin. And I'm bringing this up only because now I get to mention one of my favourite K-pop conspiracies. So companies usually have like a certain type of idol that they like. You know, Ion, who was going to be in Baby Monster, definitely is giving like Jennie. Karina gives Taeyeon, and you know, so on. Companies usually bank on these kinds of idols to create a sense of brand familiarity. But sometimes that familiarity can be a little too familiar. Some believe that K-pop companies have cloning machines where they clone their other artists so they can keep making money off of the same idol. So of course, Blockberry got HeeJin in their clone machine, ready to make more money off of HeeJin's image. But besides that, they were all known as Bebes because Bebes is like Blockberry's trainee roster, and we found that out a long time after Loona debuted. But it seems like they were there for time because their names are on the list, and I don't know how long they've been training at BBC. Like, it's also because Bebes is supposed to be like in Korean it's like BBG, so it sounds like BBC, but in English it doesn't really work the same way, does it? When everything was going down with Loona, people were like, what are BBG doing? Like, are they all right? Can someone check on them? We don't know. But I think as of late, they've been seen like out walking around. So maybe Blockberry are going to try and debut another girl group. We'll see. It's not going to work. But on the day of this video being released, this new company, Showplace, is going to be debuting their girl group Genius, which has all of these girls that it seems that they had poached from Blockberry, all the Girls Planet contestants who were put forward by Blockberry. Now the streets are saying that the manager behind this group used to manage Nine Muses, and oh Jesus Christ, more tragedy is ahead. Let's just pray for them. And I think maybe in the second part I might like expand on this more, but yeah. And honestly, learning that someone who was working with Nine Muses was involved with Blockberry makes too much sense. If I even saw Star Empire on someone's like resume, like, no, you cannot trust someone like that. Seeing that someone worked at Star Empire, to me, that's like a big red flag. Then we have Bambi. Oh, Bambi.
I cried so hard when those hunters shot your mommy.
Bambi is the most famous blood girl in Loona history. Fans swore down that Bambi would debut. Like, she was going to be in Loona. No one can tell me she won't. She had ginger hair, and basically everyone was desperate to find out who she was ever since her first appearance in the Odd Eye Circle era. Genuinely, after Olivia debuted, people were still like, but Bambi, like, what about Bambi? Like, there's going to be 13 girls then, because you're not about to like not debut Bambi. Like, what do you mean? According to the leaked list, Bambi's real name is said to be Park Sojung, but I can't find like much information about her. Now we have here in the very corner Cherry Bullet with a question mark, because it was speculated that 2 members of Cherry Bullet were going to join Loona at some point, most likely Jeon. How many Jeons? That's Jeon and May here. So they were speculated apparently to also be like, not to be part of Loona, but they trained a Polaris maybe at some point, and that had people questioning. The reason why I put a question mark is because that just doesn't sound correct. Like, I don't know whether I buy that. It just doesn't make sense. And lastly, finally, in this corner we have something called the Fandom Lost Members. Now, if you know what this is referring to, you probably should be in like a lunatic retirement home, because this goes back. If you know who YeoJin is and her song Ocean View, you've been here a long time. So in K-pop, soloists are often an afterthought. It's the groups who are the main characters. But Loona's whole marketing approach was that of soloists. So usually fans of Loona did pay attention to other female K-pop soloists around the pre-debut era. And even in like debut and a little bit afterward, because The pre-debut era really had programmed people to be like, oh, I like soloists, female soloists in particular. But what stans started noticing was that some soloists were giving Loona. And these soloists were jokingly named as Lost Loona members or a Lost Loona member. Yes, an exception to this entire rule. These girls were never going to be in Loona. Like, they weren't involved. They weren't blood girls. None of this was their business. This was all what the fans said. They were all just lost girls in the eyes of the fandom. So let's start with Ruan. Ruan debuted solo in Korea in 2019 with her song Beep Beep. Beep Beep was well loved. You won't even be able to like grasp how much people love that song. And I don't want to say that like it was a big hit, it wasn't, but people really liked Beep Beep, the song. The song was produced by BEP or Black Eyed Pilsing, who are the producers behind Stacy. And more importantly to Ruan's popularity in the Loona fandom was the fact Digipedi directed the music video. The music video looks straight out of the Loonaverse with that specific Digipedi style. It goes to show that not everything about Loona's style could be credited to Jaden. Digipedi clearly worked well without him. But the similarity in style to Loona had people going, this could have been a Loona solo. For a while Ruan was silent until she appeared on a Hype survival show and made it into their new Japanese girl group Moonchild. And I don't know what's happening with Moonchild, but I know things are not good with Ruan. I like heard rumblings of like a scandal, like she's being punished or something. I don't know what, but I just hope she's okay. One of the more loved soloists in the K-pop fandom was Yukika. Yukika, like Ruan, was a Japanese idol singer who wanted to debut in Korea to gain experience and exposure in a different market. She debuted with her solo song Neon, a city pop song that came out right at the peak of like 70s nostalgia in pop music. Neon was often said by girl group listeners to be one of the best solo songs they had heard from a female soloist, and it was even more loved significantly by the Loona fandom. And the reason why becomes very clear when you look into who worked on Neon. The song was produced by Oreo, who produced quite a lot of 1/3's discography. The music video was directed by Digipedi, and the Loona pre-debut trifecta. Jaden Jeong worked on it. Now that's all three components of the Loona style of the pre-debut era. Jaden also worked on Yukika's next single, Choerry's Jubilees. Digipedi worked on Yesterday, and Monetary were behind basically the entire Soul Lady album. Yukika went on MixNine and competed with HyunJin and HeeJin, so that's another connection there. Of course, Yukika isn't known as a lost Loona member anymore. She paved her own way, alright. Neither is Ruan, but this was like early lore in the fandom. Yukika retired from music as of this year, which I'm so upset about, but you know, she's living her life, she's happy. Finally, we have little YeoJin over here. YeoJin is a lesser known soloist who made her mysterious debut with Ocean View. Nobody has ever heard anything from her since. She became known as a lost Loona girl because the music video for Ocean View was giving like budget Digipedi, and her voice sounded eerily similar to GodWon. You can almost imagine Ocean View being GodWon's debut song, which thankfully that didn't happen, because as much as I love Ocean View, it's not on the same level as One and Only, like definitely not. And that is the Blur Girl wall. Wow. And to wrap up this section about the Blur Girls, I thought I'd briefly mention what became known amongst stans as Loona the Dorm. Loona the Dorm in fans' minds would be a vlogging or variety series where the girls would share updates from their daily lives and what it was like living together. It seems that when the Loona members lived together, everything was like a bit crazy, as according to JinSoul, it was shocking to look back at the past when all 12 members were living together. And she has explained before that the house was divided by 4 people in one room and 8 people in the other. That's 8 people. They were living like my dad in the 70s. Like, Jesus Christ. Jesus, I mean, you wouldn't even be able to breathe. That's 8 people. And I can imagine it was just like some tiny room with just all the bunk beds, because that's how like most K-pop idols live in the earlier days. Like, I can just picture. Apparently ViVi got so agitated at one point she threw dirty dishes in the bin because she just couldn't be asked to wash them. And also, whenever you would see Loona's dorm, to me it was kind of giving like when you go to an auntie's or cousin's house, like just toys on the floor, like a mess, like clothes on like some random armchair, like stacked, that kind of vibe. I don't know, I think it's like the white walls and the sofa is like what's triggering those memories for me. JinSoul again explained that when the 12 of us lived together, there was a time when our home was a sight to behold. So that was just a quick rundown about Loona the dorm and how Loona were living at this point, along with, you know, some fandom wishful thinking. But let's get back to what I was saying. Now you might be wondering, you said there was 50 Loona Nation trainees. That don't look like 50 people. The reason behind this is that sadly 50 people making it in the entertainment industry is highly unlikely. Like 50 out of the 50. No. And it's kind of sad because out of all these girls, you could say the most, like the only person who had success that eclipsed Loona would be Choerry. So that's one girl out of this whole project who really made it. Even though we don't know anything about these girls, their names are on the list, so I'm just going to read them out anyways. Julia, Kang Min-kyung, Sin Subin, Hwang Dayoung, Esther Byun, Jeong Dayan, Yoo Dayan, Byun Chewon. Now that we've spoken about the wall and all the connections and the blood girls, let's get into the debut. And that's it for this first part. Wow, I have so many thoughts, mostly that after this second part I'm definitely gonna have better camera quality, better quality overall. I'm gonna improve. The next part's probably gonna be out in 2 weeks or so because I've already done it a long time ago, mind you. It's weird because I feel like every time I look at different parts I'm like, I look so different. Like I feel like I look like so many different people in all of these. So yeah, when the second part comes out, that'll be in 2 weeks, and I'll see you in 2 weeks. And then after that I'm gonna return to my channel and we're gonna go back to regular scheduled videos, and the third part will probably be a lot later. But yeah, well, thank you for watching. If you made it this far, wow. And I'll see you in the next part. Bye bye.